everyone. A very good morning to you all. Welcome to the first lecture of Financial Management paper of ACCA. I hope all of you are doing well. We're going to be starting the first lecture with a quick round of introduction about ourselves. I'll go first and tell you about myself, and then I would want all of you to send in your introduction. So, I'm Anushka Jain. I'm a chartered accountant and I'm also an ACCA. So I qualified as a chartered accountant in May 2017 after clearing all the levels in the first attempt. And post that, I started working with the MNCs, my first job being with Coca-Cola in Bangalore. So after working there for some time, I realized that I really need to learn about international financial and accounting practices. So that is when I decided to take up ACCA. So it was in 2019 that I decided. So because I was a chartered accountant, I just had to appear for four papers at the strategic professional level, and I could get my ACCA qualification. So the first paper that I chose to give was Advanced Financial Management, that is AFM, and I gave it in June 2019. I got world rank 2 and all India rank 1 in that paper. Then I moved on to give two papers in September 2019, which were SBL and SBR. So I gave two papers, I qualified them. And then finally, in December 2019, I gave Advanced Performance Management, APM. So within a span of giving exams in 6 months, I completed my ACCA qualification. And it was in Jan 2020 that I got associated with the VG Learning Destination as their tutor for the AFM paper. Then gradually I moved on to take a lot more papers. So currently, like I take classes for FM, PM, AFM, APM, MA, BT also I've taken. So this is how I have been teaching now for the past more than 6 years now. I have had a lot of success stories of my students, with one of my students outpassing me as well, as she got world rank 1 and all India rank 1, Rupam Bardia, in the AFM paper. I've got a lot of rank holder students at all the subjects that I have taken. I'm sure, maybe some of you have also interacted with me in any of the earlier papers. So now, I have also like coming back to my work ex post Coca-Cola. I worked with Pernod Ricard India. It is one of the largest liquor manufacturers in the world, known by the brand names like Royal Stag, Blender's Pride, Imperial Blue. So I worked for Pernod Ricard, and then I got offer from Flipkart to manage their fintech business from the financial side. So I worked in Flipkart for about 2.5 years in Bangalore. And then I got a call back from Pernod Ricard India as their head of finance for Northeast sales operations. And I worked there for quite a few time. And then I have now gradually moved on. I've pivoted my career to full-time coaching. So here I am with you all now for the next 2.5 months to master the financial management subject, not just from exam point of view, but also to help you from the corporate point of view. Because ultimately, all of us are studying not just to give exams, but to ultimately land ourselves good jobs or do good business in the future. Right? So that was about me. Now, I would request all of you to send in your introduction. I can see your name. So anyone who has logged in with their laptop names like, Samsung, Apple, please make sure you log in using your own names. Don't log in using your brother, sister, anyone else's names. I just want to see your names in the login ID. So make sure you do that. I'm going to be calling out you from your displayed name. So make sure you're logging in using your own names. So yes, I can see your names. What I want you to share is where you are from, like Delhi or wherever in the world where you're from. Then, second is what is your qualification? Like, are you pursuing any other course, or it's like is ACCA the only course that you are doing right now? Third, I want to know whether you are working or you're just studying right now. And fourthly, send in whether you have done any other paper of ACCA, or is it like your first attempt at any ACCA paper. So over to you. You can use the Zoom chat function to put in your messages, and I will read through them. And if you have taken any other subject from me before, please do message that also. I will anyways recognize you from your names, but sometimes the names are also repetitive. So make sure you also message me if you have taken classes from me earlier. Quickly, please make use of the Zoom chat function to send in your messages. So I see Aprajita is she has done her articleship in 2002, so that was way back. And are you now resuming your career again after so many years? Okay. Very nice to see that. And I've had a lot of students like you, Aprajita, who are resuming their careers after a long gap, and ACC is a very good choice. So good decision. Oh, that's very interesting. So Anirban is making a pivot from IT to finance. Good. Ikra, Kolkata graduation is completed before FM ever appeared for FR paper. Very good, Aprajita, and I'm sure you will be able to complete it. So is this your first paper, Aprajita, or you have given other papers of the ACA course? Labdi is from Jaipur, completed the knowledge level. So very good. So I see that you are climbing up the ladder, not taking exemptions. Of course, your knowledge from the knowledge level will definitely help you in the skills level. Very good. Okay, others also quickly send in your messages. Aditi is from Delhi, pursuing BCom, first paper. I've taken exemptions. Okay. Harneet, pursuing BCom, and I've completed knowledge level again. Very good. I always appreciate, when you have appeared for the earlier papers, so it gives you a very good base at the skills level. Well done. Sarthak from Merit completed my BCom, 5 exemptions, and I have given the FR paper. So just last attempt you have given your FR paper. Very good. Delhi, pursuing ACCA right now and BCom honors. So I see a lot of you are giving exams for the first time in ACCA. Okay. Akshat Jain is from Delhi, full-time working professional leading a team of around 12 for an MNC. Completed MBA, CA, Inter, BCom. Only pursuing ACCA and FM is the first paper that I'm preparing for right now. Okay, well done. And those of you who are either working as interns or full time, it will definitely help you in this paper, because this paper is really real world associated. It's not like any other paper that you just have to study without finding applications in the real world. So those of you who are working, you are definitely going to enjoy this paper a lot more. With Vipul completed CA Inter BCom, resuming after 2012. Okay, again, a very long gap. Currently working in investment accounting domain. All right. Dipanshu, 19 years old, full-time student and also pursuing BCom honors. Second year, live in Delhi and I've given the FR paper. Kajol, Mumbai. Okay. Priyanka, given the FR paper. So a lot of you have given the FR paper, and now I find my name twin also, Anushka Jain, pursuing BCom from Vijayanagar, Rajasthan. I've completed knowledge level. Well done. Kunal is giving the first exam from Delhi. Varsha, currently pursuing BCom honors, completed CMA foundation and cleared. Well, this is my first exam and got 5 exemptions. Okay. Sejal from Bangalore gave FR, got exemption. So a lot of you I see are with a career gap. Okay. Okay, so I see Hitakshi has also given the FR exam. So, okay, again, a very unique peculiarity. All of you, those of you who have given papers, it's mostly the FR paper that you have given earlier, and FM is being your second exam. Shrishti graduated last year. FM had given PM, and I wasn't able to complete my PM paper and still waiting for my double A result. You couldn't complete your PM paper, as in you couldn't complete the classes, or you couldn't give the paper fully. Shrishti, what happened? Hmm. Oh, you were not able to pass the paper. Okay. So, have you taken classes from me before, Shrishti? Okay, so PM, from whom did you study? Like, did you do self-study or what? Oh, okay. Got it. Yeah, because I had also taken a break from a few subjects in the middle. So, okay, possibly you were there in the other batch. All right. So, now we will begin with a quick orientation session. Got it. So then it's gonna be a long day for you. Um, a lot of my students have done that, 2 subjects in a day. It gets a little hectic, but don't worry. You can definitely understand the topics. So if you're dedicated, nothing beats that. Okay. So, orientation session, let's begin. Here, I'll be discussing with you about what all lies ahead in the FM paper, what type of paper to expect. A lot of these things you might already be aware of, but now in my mind, all of you don't know anything at all. So, it's going to be like from the scratch, you get to know everything about the paper, how the exams are conducted, how many marks it carries. So, you'll get a quick snapshot about it. Okay, and if you get any doubt, please feel free to ask it in the chat. I'm always open to asking, questions. So make use of the chat functionality, ask your questions, and don't feel shy. Okay, that it's a silly question or no. Don't think about it. It's something comes to your mind, just get clarity about it right then and there. Okay. So yes, financial management is a computer-based exam. All of you are going to give your exams on a computer. And that tells me that all of you should be joining the classes also on a computer as a laptop, whatever you're comfortable with. So make sure you are also getting comfortable with laptops and computers so that when you give the exam on a computer, it's not something new to you. See, all of us are used to writing papers with pen and paper. Like I have also done that in my education life. But now that the exams are completely happening online, you need to be prepared for that as well. So you will be using your computers and laptops to log in because we are going to be doing a lot of question practice in the class. So to make full benefit out of the class, make sure you are joining in from your laptops only. Is that a deal, everyone? Today it's okay even if you're joining in using your any other phone or something, but make sure going forward you have your laptop ready and you're joining in using laptop, because and you also have Excel ready with you because we're going to be doing a lot of question practice and that will require your Excel. Then why Excel? Because very soon I'm going to be showing you the model question paper, like just as a mock paper, and how the exam is conducted. So you will see there spreadsheets are given to you, spreadsheets as in Excel will be given to you and you'll be solving in there. So right from the class, from the first day of the class, we are going to be also doing that so that by the time the classes are over, you are all set with these basics. At least you don't have to struggle with writing papers in Excel. Okay. So it's gonna be computer-based exam. Let me be very clear. So for that purpose, make sure you are also learning on a computer only, practicing on a computer only, because ultimately that is what's gonna give you an edge in the exam, right? And whenever you take the classes, please get out of your bed and blanket. Don't be lying down and okay watching the lecture as if you are watching a movie. It is not a movie, it's not a YouTube video. You are taking classes. Make sure you are sitting in a place where you can focus and only focus on the class. I see a lot of times students' videos get turned on. And I see them that they're lying down under a blanket and watching the classes. It's not good. Okay. Make sure you are sitting in a comfortable spot where you are just focused on the class, learning with your complete dedication. That is something that will make a difference. If you're just lying down that, okay, ma'am is solving the pay question, let her only solve. I will see how she is solving. If you don't get your hands dirty, you will not learn. That's something said. Okay. So you have to practice. CFM is going to be a mix of theory and practical. If you don't practice and you feel okay that ma'am is solving, I'm understanding how she's solving, I will also understand how it is done. You won't be able to do it unless you yourself practice, make mistakes, and then learn from them. So make sure you are all set with your laptop in a comfortable spot where you are actually able to practice and learn, not just lying down on your bed and watching it like a movie. Right? These are some basics I want to be clear with right from the beginning. So if you have any struggle, make sure these are non-negotiable. You need to be really up with these. Okay? Now, approach to examining. There is no choice in this exam. All questions have to be answered. So there is no optional question. All the questions which are coming in the paper have to be answered. Okay? There is no negative marking. So what you should be doing is do not leave any question unanswered. You won't be marked incorrect. You will either get a mark or get zero. At least you won't be losing marks. So make sure you appear for 100% of the paper, even if in some of the questions you are not very confident. And exam duration will be of 3 hours and pass mark will be 50%. That is, it's a 100-mark paper and you need to score 50 out of 100 to pass the paper. Are you all with me so far? Any query? I might take such pauses to ask you if you have any queries, but don't wait for my pause to come in. You can just put in the query in the chat, and whenever I am done with my part, I'll take up your queries. Okay? So, is there any query that you have till here? Any doubt? All clear. Perfect. So, next, we will now understand about the structure of the paper. So as I said, it's a 100-mark paper. Now the paper has got a proper layout, as in what type of questions will be carrying how many marks. So we have three sections in the paper, section A, B, and C. Section A is completely objective test. Ma'am, what do you mean by objective tests? You can think of it like a multiple choice question, fill in the blank, match the following. So that type of a question would come. You don't have to write descriptive answers over there. Okay, so it's an objective test. I will be showing you what type of questions constitute an objective test question. Okay, so in section A, you will have 15 questions. So all of these are fixed. Okay, every FM paper has got this type of a structure only. So there are going to be 15 questions, each of them carrying 2 marks. So totaling up to 30. Then section B, here you will get, so this is also objective test. Here you will get 3 questions. Now these 3 questions are not just questions, like 3 scenarios will be given to you. Okay, so these are going to be scenario based questions, objective test questions. So you will be given with 3 scenarios, and each of these 3 scenarios will have 5 sub questions to it. And each of these 5 sub questions will carry 2 marks. So each of the 3 case studies, you can say, carry 10 marks each. So totaling 3 into 10, 30. Section A, each of the 15 questions will be independent of each other. Each of the 15 questions are independent. Section B, there will be 5 questions in each scenario, and each of these 5 questions will be dependent on the same scenario only. They are not interrelated within each other, but they will all relate to the same scenario, whereas 15 questions of section are all independent. It can be from any topic. So that is section B, 3 case studies, each case study carrying 10 marks. So that is 3 into 10, 30 marks. Then section C, it's a constructed response category, which is, in simple words, a subjective question paper. Okay, so questions you'll get, subjective questions, where you'll have to literally draft your answer, where you'll have to show your calculations. In section A or B, whatever calculations do, how you do, it doesn't matter. You do it on a calculator, you do it on Excel, anywhere you do, it doesn't matter. You will be just marked for your final answer. Whereas in section C, you will be marked on the entire layout, like how you are writing your answer, how you have solved the numerical parts. Okay, so there are going to be 2 questions, 2 case study based questions also. So total, like section B also gives you 3 case studies and 2 new case studies in section C. So here 2 case studies, and each of these case study will carry 20 marks. Ma'am, is there any split of how this 20 marks will be done? No, it's not defined by ACCA. It could be any split. It could be 10 plus 4 plus 6 also. It could be 8 plus 8. So any split could be there. 2-mark question can also be there in section C. So ACCA does not define the marks split in section C questions. But yes, total for each scenario will be 20. 2 scenarios, 20 into 2 into 20. 40 will be your total marks of section C. So you can say in a way that, okay, 60 marks is for your objective test questions and 40 marks is for your constructed response questions. So that totals up to 100. Now, very common question I get, ma'am, is this paper 100% practical? No. Very clearly, right in the first class, I'm telling you, it's not a practical paper only. Think of it like a 50% theory and a 50% practical paper. Because there are a lot of theories to support this practical part. So those theories are also tested in exam. So generally what is seen, again, this is not specified by ACCA, that's why I've not put it up in the slide. But generally the trend is 50% theory, 50% practical. So it's not 100% all calculation based paper. You will have to be doing both theory as well as. So this split of questions should be very clear to you. So whenever you are practicing, you should be knowing that, okay, this is an objective test question. This is falling in section A, which one falls in section B and which one falls in section C. In class, we will be solving all of these types of questions from, chapter to chapter, different types of questions we will be solving in the class. Moving on. If you have any doubt, just feel free to put it in the chat. Don't wait for me to ask you if you have any doubt. You can just put it in the chat. Okay. Now, what are the resources that you're going to be using to pass the paper? Keep it crisp, I always say. Keep it crisp. It's not like you have to move mountains to pass this paper. If you are using up the right resources, you will definitely pass the paper, right? So, the three top resources which you need to pass this exam 100% is number one, your trainings from VGLD. I'm your mentor for this paper, and you will be getting the 100% coverage of the syllabus, each and every chapter. You will get it covered in the class, right? So, number one, trainings from VGLD. Ma'am, will we be getting notes from you? Yes. So, I use Excel to create my notes, and I create chapter wise notes. See, I'm telling you all of this because you will start, otherwise, you will start getting confused because different teachers follow different approach. I use Excel to create all of my chapter wise notes. All the questions are solved also in Excel only. So you will get those sheets in the same file. Yes. So I create chapter-wise notes, and for that reason, I will be sharing you the notes like in a complete one file only. So it's not like different lectures. I will create different files and I'll share class-wise files. It will be chapter-wise files that I will be sharing across with you. And everything that you see on screen over here, you will get it from me. There is no need to take any screenshot or copy anything. You will get everything from my side. All these resources, be it a PPT file or be it any Excel file for any chapter note, you will get all of them from me. Okay, so these files are uploaded on the LMS, right? And you can download those files to your study and whatever. Okay, you want to do some minor changes also because these will be editable files. You can download and change them also, right? So that's top resource trainings from VGLD. We are going to be using VGLD book only in our class. So VGLD book is derived from the Study Hub. So ACCA has launched its Study Hub. So the book is also based on the Study Hub. So it is comprehensive, a lot of practice questions in the class and for your homework also. So you'll get a lot of questions, and these questions are comprehensive. You don't need to do any other book. Very, very clear. Focus on one resource which is comprehensive, and VGLD book is that for you. You don't need to go for different books. Let's do BPP also, Kaplan also. That particular tuition classes book also not needed. It's just a waste of time. See, anyways, you will not get any common question in exam. It's all your understanding, your fundamentals, and knowledge of the topic which are there in the syllabus that will help you to pass. So if you're strong there, your exams are also sorted. So don't think that, okay, the questions come from this particular book. No, questions don't come from anywhere. It's a fresh question every time. You don't get any common questions, but yes, you should be very much clear with the concepts. Make sure that is through with the classes. You don't keep doubts to yourself. You can ask them, get your doubts clarified, and have a strong position in the subject. Okay. No, there is no change, Priyanka. It's the same book. I'm also going to be using the same book. So there are no changes in the syllabus. So it's completely fine to be using that publication. Okay, so trainings from VGLD, classes from me, notes from me, and book for question practice and everything of VGLD. Okay. Then second is ACCA Study Hub, and I'll show you what that is. You can also open it in your browser along with me, and make sure you do it because you will also be needing it many a times. So just perform the steps along with me and you'll be able to access your study hub. So type in ACCA Study Hub on your browser. Vardhan says, good morning. Seeing the student pursuing ACCA course, please give some guidance on how to manage both. So, uh, Vardhan, your query is fine. Everyone, please post your queries in everyone section only. Don't put one-to-one queries. I want all of you to even see each other's messages, so that's fine. Going forward, everyone, please use the everyone tab for messaging your queries. Guidance on how to manage the two. You will need to balance your time. How much of it you are going to be dedicating to ACC and then to your CA subjects. So this paper, FM paper, it will require a lot of self-study time also. So accordingly, only plan your attempts, which paper or which course you're going to be appearing in a particular quarter or month. So make sure that is sorted. The classes will be of around 100 hours, 100 to 105 hours approximately. And so the regular classes will be on weekends, right? So total about 100 to 105 hours. And accordingly, that's just your class time, supported by about 50 to 60 hours of self-study. So total, I've told you, you're going to be needing 160 to 165 hours for this paper. Again, this self-study time depends from student to student because each student takes their own sweet time to understand, to solve questions. So this is something on a student to student basis, but classes will be of 100 to 105 hours. And so what you should be doing is plan out how much time other than this you have to appear for the CA exam and accordingly decide. Okay. That's the level of time investment needed for my paper. We are going to be solving in Excel because, as I was telling sometime back, exams are going to be online. So you need to be prepared to give the exams. So we will be practicing on Excel only. Do not use pen and paper. Yes, scientific calculator is allowed in the exam. You can carry it. Okay. Okay. So Vipul, have you registered with VGLD? Have you completed the registration with VGLD? Okay, so you might have done it recently. So they take about a few days of processing time. You will definitely get the book. Don't worry about it. And the coordinator will also help you with your ACCA registration. So those of you who have not done their ACCA registration, you may not be able to access what I'm going to show you now. Don't worry, once your registration is complete, they will send, I mean, the team, VGLD team will send in your login details and you will be able to access it. So it's a very simple process. Just watch it for now and you'll be able to do it on your own once you get your own credentials. Okay, so I see that you've just done your registration last week. You will get the details very soon in a day or two. You will be definitely able to get all your registrations and all completed. Okay. So here we have the ACCA Study Hub. You can see it's the first link. Just click on it. And if you scroll down on this page, so this is the page that will open up. And if you scroll down, you will see two options to log into the Study Hub, log in via My ACCA, and then there is this alternate login. So click on alternate login. And this page will open up for you. So what you should do is bookmark this particular page, okay, so that you don't have to follow all these steps every time. So bookmark this page. This will ask you for your username. Username is nothing but your ACCA registration ID. That's mine on the screen. So this will be individual to all of you, okay? Specifically for you, you will get your own username and you can create your password and use it to log in. So those of you who have your login ID and password, you can use it to log into My ACCA. Just bookmark this. Next time, you don't have to follow the steps. You can just click on the bookmark page and land here where you need to enter your username and password. So sign into My ACCA. And you will see, so if you're opening it for the first time, you won't see anything on the dashboard. You will have to go to the not yet started tab. Okay. You will have to go to the not yet started tab. And here you will see this financial management. Now you're going to be giving the exams in June 2026. So this is relevant for you. And so you will see that appearing in this part, however, because I've already opened it, it's showing in my dashboard. So you might have to do one-time job of finding out where that paper is, FM paper, and just click on study once you are there. So I've already opened it, so it's not coming here, it's coming on my dashboard itself. So either it will come on the dashboard or it will come on the not yet started tab. So all of you able to find this, you'll be able to see a page like this for exams from September 25 to June 26 FM. All of you able to find it? Okay, so you need to click on study and let's do it. Click on study. Once you click on that, this is what your screen will look like. All the chapter details in front of you. Okay, and different sections over here. Basically, chapters, flashcards, quizzes, practice, and search. So chapters and practice not needed. This we are going to be doing from the VGLD book itself. So you don't need to refer to the study hub for this. What you will need to use the study hub for will be the quiz section. You will be using the quiz section. Ma'am, how? So every time we complete a particular chapter, so there are 5 questions per chapter. You can see that there are total 19 chapters and 5 questions in each chapter. So once we are done with a particular chapter, come to the quiz section. So for example, let's say we do chapter 3 today. Okay. Click on start quiz. So once the chapter is complete, use this. The question is, which of the following statements concerning the payback method is correct? So you'll have to mark it true or false. Whatever the option is, let's see. I'm just doing a random selection here. So C, click on confirm. Then some calculation based questions over here. Then so different types of questions are there. Doing some random selection. So once you are done solving it, so see, I got all of them incorrect, only I was randomly selecting. So you will get your review over here. So mine was all wrong. So I got cross, cross, cross. Now I want to see what is the correct answer. Okay, I selected a particular question, a particular answer, but what is the correct answer? So what you need to do is click on review all. Click on review all and see. I had selected C. The correct answer is A. You can see it in green over here. The correct answer is A. And this is the explanation why A is the correct answer. Okay. Similarly, moving on to the next question. I had selected C, but the correct answer is B. And why is B correct? This is the explanation. So in this way, you can appear for these quiz questions. Okay. And it's a good way to practice your concepts. Okay, you will get chapter-wise quizzes. So once we are done with a particular chapter, come back to its chapter's quiz, solve the questions. Okay, so that's the whole purpose of this quiz section, that you get to practice questions. Chapters and practice part not needed. Flashcards, I'll just show you what it has got. It's a good one. You can see some flashcards over here, like what is financial management? This is the management of activities associated with the efficient acquisition and use of short and long-term financial resources. Okay. So flashcards are basically some keywords and their description in one line max. So you get a good, revision sort of about the different topics you're going to be studying. So that was financial management. What is financial management? Next, what is corporate governance? So corporate governance is the system by which companies are directed and controlled. So one-liner explanation of some key concepts. So if you keep on moving ahead, macroeconomic policy, monetary policy, you're going to be studying all of these topics in the class, but this flashcard will give you a quick synopsis of it. Now, like what is a fiscal policy? Government actions to achieve economic objectives through the use of fiscal instruments like taxation, public spending, and the use of budget deficit or surplus. So this all you will be studying in the class, but this list will help you get a synopsis of it. Now, if you want to see it in a one shot, like all of these terms, financial management, corporate governance, all of these at one place, this is how you can, do it. Like you are here, right? If you click on view list, you will get this list in this form. You can click on print and download it as a PDF, or you can actually print it and put it up on your study table, so that these key terms you can keep on revising all the time. Okay, so this is something that you can use. And again, this is like a one time thing. Just download this PDF, and you can either save it as a PDF or you can download and print it uh, for use on your study table. Like a quick glance at any of these topics, you will be learning only something, so you can use it. All of these topics will be covered in the class, but yes, a quick glance at it will always help you keep on revising the topic. So that is there. Okay, so flashcard and quiz is something you can use. Search is simple search for the content available on the platform. So that's all about the study hub. Is it clear, everyone? So I'll just show you how the printed format looks like, something that you will be able to download. Let me open up the file. See, in this way, you will be able to download this file. So simply you can print it and use it. Okay, so all the 76 cards you can see here. Right, so that was about Study Hub, the second top resource that you're going to be needing. Is it clear so far? Any doubts? Yeah? Perfect. So next we will move on to the third important resource, and that is the CBE practice platform. I'll show you the steps to access that as well. Go to any of your browser and type in ACCA practice platform. Okay, type in ACCA practice platform and you will see this link, ACCA practice platform and CBE support. Click on that. And if you scroll down, you will see this. No, I think this is a video. Here, sorry. Click on this. Login now. ECC practice platform. Login now. Again, you should bookmark this page also, so that you don't have to like follow the first two steps I've shown you. You can bookmark this. And once you have done that, now click on this. Login my ACCA. Log in my ACCA, click on that. And this is what will open up. Now this will be empty for you, but you can click on browse available exams, and here select financial management exam category, select financial management, and you will see these are all the practice papers available to you for the FM exam. So many of them: specimen exam, practice exam, past papers, September, December 24, 23. So they combine two papers and they just give one. And one more thing to note here, you will see that once you open these papers, only these FM specimen, FM practice exam 1, FM practice exam 2, and the pre-mock exam available on this section will be full papers, that is having section A, B, and C. For the past papers, basically any of these papers that you open, it will only show you section C questions. They don't give section A and B questions in the past papers. For seeing the whole paper, you can use these: specimen exam, practice exam 1, practice exam 2, and the mock paper. This will be full papers having section EBC. All the past papers, they just have section C questions. Okay. So let's say I'll just show you one paper also now, that you understand what are objective test questions, what are constructive response questions, so you'll get a good idea about it. So what you can do, all of you, is click on assign. In FM pre-March 2026, ma'am, how did you arrive here? You will have to click on exam category as financial management, browse available exams, and then click on exam category as financial management. ACCA Priyanka does not publish the past papers for section A and B. Section C past papers are published over here. Section A and B questions are not published by ACCA, so you can't get past paper section A and B questions. For that, you can refer to the VGLD book for practice. But yes, for practicing section C questions from the past paper, you can use this layout here. Okay. So for seeing a full question paper, what you will do right now is click on this FM pre-March 2026. So basically, this was attempted by the students who gave their exams in March 2026. That is just yesterday for FM students. FM exams happen on a Friday. So this is a mock exam, not the real exam. Real exam will be published by ACCA in some time. So click on assign. So you will see this assigned over here. It says for constructed response question, when we'll solve the past papers, then how will we get to know what we have solved correctly or not? Like, I'll show you that. I'll show you. So once you have assigned now, you scroll up and click on view assignments. Okay. So I had opened it earlier also. That's why I'm seeing so many papers here. I'll hide it. You can assign any paper, Akshat. I have assigned FM pre-March 2026 mock. You can also assign this one, so you'll be able to follow what I'm saying. You can assign yourself pre-March 2026 mock exam. Okay, and once you assign yourself over there under browse available exam section, click on view assignments, and when you scroll down, you will see that this tab has opened up for you. Financial management, and once you click on the drop down arrow here, you will be able to see this. Are you all able to see it so far? Are you able to follow me? Anyone feeling left behind? Let me know. I'll repeat the steps. Okay. So click on start. Click on start. And yes, start exam. Okay. So click on start exam and then you will see this button over here. Next. Next. Keep on clicking next. So exam summary. This exam is not timed, but of course your real exam will be timed. You will get just 3 hours. Section A, B, and C split we have already covered. How many questions will be there and how many marks they will be carrying. So this is already done. Now click on next. And now once you click on next, you will be able to start your exam. So click on yes. Now section A details over here. Click on next. So you will be seeing the first question on this paper. Which of the following statements correctly compares the traditional view of capital structure with the M&M theory? You're going to be learning about it. So you can select any option. So for example, I'm selecting C over here. You can select any option. Of course, you don't know about the concepts right now. You will not be able to solve it correctly. For the timing, just select any random answer. Select it and then click on next. Okay. Now here, so this was a purely, look at this. This was a purely theoretical question. Now the next one, question number 2, you will see that it's a practical question. It will involve some calculation. They have given you the details. Ma'am, how will we solve here? You can use calculator. Now the exams are all going to be center-based exams. There is no remote exam concept anymore. You have to opt for an exam center, go there and write your paper. So when you go to the center now, you will be given a rough page. So what you can do is perform your calculations on a calculator and write down the numbers for the interim on the paper and complete the practice. So that is something you can do. Or else, see, sometimes I will be teaching you shortcuts which can be done in seconds on a spreadsheet. So what you can also do is, if you click on navigator and scroll down and go to any section C question. Let's say I'm going to question number 31 over here directly. This is just like a jugaad for you. Ideal way is to solve it on a calculator and put the answers over here. You are free to carry a normal calculator, business calculator, and you can also carry a scientific calculator in exam. Okay. So go to section C, any question, click on it, and you will see this type of a spreadsheet available to you. So you can solve whatever you want to solve and then delete it and then again come back to the earlier question. So it's very easy to toggle between questions. Now again, see what I'll do is I'll go back to question number 2 where I was. So I need to actually scroll down on every part, then only it will allow me to move anywhere else. See, I've again come back to question number 2. I can do my calculations on an Excel. I can again come back here and put the answer correctly. Or else what you can do is use a calculator and perform the calculations on a pen and paper and do it. Are you able to follow me? But then this Excel thing which I've told you, it's like more like a jugaad thing. Excel sheets will not come in section A and B questions. Excel sheets will be available only in section C. Okay. For section A and B, you can use a calculator, a pen and paper, do the calculation because ultimately only your final answer will matter. Your way of solving, it doesn't matter. So whatever you put in over here, let's say I'm selecting 8.9%, that is what matters over here. Okay. And also see the type of questions which are coming. So the point of me discussing this paper here is not to teach you anything, but to show you the type of questions come, okay, and the way you can handle them. Okay, so now let's click on next. See, this is a match the following type of a question. Here you have to calculate all of these things. Now what you will have to do, drag and drop. See the different variety of questions. So let's say this is the answer for inventory holding. I drag 46 and drop it on this. Then 63, I drag and drop on this. Trade payables, payment period, I drag and drop on this. So this is the type of questions you can get. It's all not like multiple choice questions. It can be different varieties. I can again change the answer also if you want. I can put this. Okay. So it's a drag and drop question. Then click on next. Simple. Selecting any one option. Again, see, these are all theory questions, huh? Select. Then here you will have to type in your answer. So what is the equivalent annual cost of using the machine if it were bought and replaced every 4 years in perpetuity? To the nearest dollar. So dollar is already written outside the box. You will not need to type in the dollar. You just give in your answer. Now, one thing that you should note. So what I'm trying to do is, so it is asking me to the nearest dollar. It means it doesn't want any decimal space. Please, you don't need to put any decimal. So I type in 5678 and I try. I'm clicking it on my keyboard. I'm trying to put in a dot over here to represent decimal, but it's not allowing me to do that. So what is the response I'm getting? The input does not match the expected format. The question is asking you about this requirement up to the nearest dollar. So you will only be able to answer like this. Even if I try to, it will not allow me. And even if it allows, and if you do it, your answer will be marked incorrect because please understand, section A and B will be evaluated by a computer. These are not going to be human marked. So it is either going to be right or it is going to be wrong. There's no half mark, 1 mark. So it's either 2 or it's or 0. Okay. So even in this type of a question, I'll just take you back. In this one, all the 3 answers have to be correct for you to score 2 marks. Even if one of them is incorrect or you don't solve any part of it, you will get 0. So there is no partial marking in section A and B. You need to be able to answer it fully correct. Then only you will get your marks. That is 2. You don't get anything like 1.5, 1 mark, half mark. That's not possible in section A and B because this is going to be marked by a computer and they will not understand that if it is partially correct or not. Either it is fully correct or incorrect. So select any one of the options over here. So I know this is a common confusion among all the students to the nearest dollar. I have a sheet ready which I will be discussing in the class today only in the basics that how to deal this type of a question. I'll be showing it to you. Okay. So this one is simple. Random selection. This one is a calculation based question. This is also a calculation based question. I was looking for actually one variety of question. I think it's not here. But I'll just anyway tell you about it. Okay, so it's not there. All the 15 questions of section A are done. So in all the questions that we saw so far, where we had to select a correct option, we just had to select one of the option. And you will see all of these options were coming as a circle. See this, I'm talking about this circle, okay? Sometimes you will also get questions where you have to select 2 or 3 options. In that case, now they will give it as a square box. And you'll be able to select multiple options. Now here, if I try to select multiple options, then it will not allow me only. It will just automatically deselect the earlier selected option. So you can select only one of them. But there can also be an exam question variety where you have to select multiple options. And there you will see that the answer box, instead of the circle, will be a square. Okay, the question will tell you how many you have to select. So they will tell you, okay, select 2 out of the following options or 3 out of the following options. So in that case, accordingly, just select multiple options that you have to. And again, very importantly, all the selections have to be correct for you to score the mark. Even if you select 2 correct out of 3 that the question asked you, you will get 0 only. All the options have to be correctly selected for you to get the full mark. Okay. So these were all section A variety questions. Now let's move on to section B. So this is about an introduction of section B that you will get 3 objective test questions and each of these cases will carry 5 questions. Now let's see how they are given to you in the exam format. So this is a case study. Pacific Traders. this case study is given to you over here. And the first question based on this case study is available here. What is the base equity value of Codal manufacturing using the NRV? Okay. So you will solve it by looking at the information given to you on the left hand side. And now once you're done, let's say I've selected this. I click on next. Ma'am, again a new case study. No. So this case study is given to you in every sheet, but it's the same case study, okay? So you can see the following scenario relates to question number 16 to 20. So which question are you on? Question number 17. Okay. So let's say this one I'm not very confident of. So what I can do is I can click on flag for review. What you should ideally do is you can leave it unanswered and click on flag for review. It will move on to the next question. But you should see, because there is no negative marking, what you can do is select any option for the time being, okay, and then click on flag for review. Okay, so this will flag it for review. Ma'am, what's the purpose of this flag for review? See, you're going to be getting so many 35 around questions in this paper, so it will be very difficult to remember which question you were not able to answer confidently. Okay, you just did it for the timing and then you moved on, because time is of essence. I'm going to be talking about that also, how much time for each question and all of that. So you moved on. What you can do once you've marked a question for review, in the end slide, I will be showing you where. In the end slide, you will be able to see these questions directly, okay, that you were not confident in answering these questions. So you can click on these particular questions, and later when your paper is over and time is allowing you, you can revisit these questions, re-perform the calculation and change your option also. See, even if you don't mark it as flag for review, you can change your answers until the last point, until you submit your paper. But this flag for review, it helps you to remember that, okay, this is the question I need to revisit again once I get the time, once I have closed the paper. Okay, like before final submission, I am done with the paper. I'll just review all of these questions, change my answer if I need to, and then I will click the final submit. Okay, so this scenario remains the same. You don't have to read the scenario again and again. Scenario will remain the same up to these questions. Okay, you just need to read the question, answer it. Right, let's move on to the next one. Again, scenario is same. Okay, now you will see a different scenario coming in. Tudor company. Yes, it is available for section A also, Aprajita. It's available for all the questions A, B, and C. Any question you will be able to mark it as flag for review. You can redo that question later. Now again, a new scenario. This scenario is of Tudor company. And see, this is the one I was talking about. Which two of the following hedging techniques can be used by Tudor company? So here, as I was telling you, you will see square boxes. You can select multiple options. So you can select 4 of them, but will you select 4 of them? No. Even if you do, your answer will be marked incorrect, because the question asked you to, and it will give you marks only if you have correctly selected only 2 options. So you can select multiple answers, but you should not select only 2 options if the question is asking you which 2 of the following hedging techniques can be used by Tudor company. Okay, once you're done, click on next. This is a drop down type of a question. Select the correct answer. Move on. See, the scenario is not changing. Scenario will remain the same from question number 21 to 25. You can see which question you are on this part, okay? And a few more things I just want to share here. What is available to you? You will get a scratch pad, a digital scratch pad also. But I would not suggest you use this. The reason is you will get a physical scratch pad. It's better to use that one, because you have that option in a center-based exam. So go for the physical scratch pad. But yes, digital scratch pad is also available, and digital calculator is also available to you. If you see here, this type of a calculator is available to you. You can select your standard calculator, or you can use a scientific calculator. You can click on the buttons here, use it, but again, not something I would recommend. It's better to carry your own calculators in exam. Don't rely on these digital versions. Okay, so I see there's a query. Priyanka says, while writing F1 exam, I had faced issue while selecting quiz. I guess they're not allowed to opt a single option more than three times. Means we can change a single quiz option only three times, I guess. Otherwise, computer shows I know. You faced it in the real exam, Priyanka? This type of restriction ideally should not be there. I've not heard from anyone else. But if you faced it, then it's possible. Um, But ideally, you can change the option many times. I mean, there should not be any restriction. Did you face it in all the questions or any one question? Maybe this was a glitch also. That's possible. Two questions now, so it could be a more like a glitch only. But you will be allowed to change your options any number of times. So let's say, for example, I move on to the next question, and let's say I want to now change. Now this one is also which two of the following statements? I select these two, any one. And now I want to go back and change question four's answer. I can come and change it. There is no restriction. Ideally, there should not be. It could be a glitch that you face, Priyanka, very much possible. But ideally, there will be no such limitation on the times that you can change your answer. You can change it anytime, even if you have flagged it for review or if you have not flagged it for review. You will be able to change your answers. Okay. Again, so coming back to question number 25, the same scenario, different question. Once you're done, click on next. So this is now the third scenario, question number 26 to 30. So what is the cost of equity in whole percentage? Now, it means you don't need to put in any decimal place. Even if I try, I'm typing, 12 point. I just pressed point and it showed an error. In whole percentage meaning you have to round off your number and put in the final answer without any decimal places. Okay. Click next again, select the option. Selection of multiple options. Same scenario, different questions. So this is question number 30, and with this, the scenario questions of section B are done. Now I move into section C. Again, same thing. Two questions of 20 marks each, totaling up to 40 marks. So this is the scenario, and it says the scenario relates to four requirements, and you're going to be seeing the four requirements here. For the proposed investment in new stores, calculate the following, and you will have to do the calculations here. You will have to do the calculations here. Show your entire layout of the answer. You cannot do the calculations on a calculator and put your answers here. That is unacceptable. You will lose your marks because flow of the answer also carries mark. You will have to show, okay, this is the way I have arrived at this answer. You can't just do it on a calculator and hard code those numbers here. You will not get marks. Okay. So this particular part of the question, all of these four parts, they require Excel. So they have given you an Excel over here itself. Ma'am, is it same as Microsoft Excel? Unfortunately, it is not. A lot of your shortcuts, keyboard shortcuts, which you could have used in Excel, they will not work here. Only control shortcuts will work. And what do you mean by control shortcuts? So let's say I've written 67 here. I want to copy it. So I click on Control C. So it's a control shortcut, Control C, and I want to paste it here. So I press Control V, which is a paste shortcut. So I'm able to copy and paste. And let's say I want to cut paste. So Control X and Control V. So a cut paste is also possible. I want to do undo. So I press Control Z. See, it undoes it. I want to redo it. Control Y. It redos it. I want to make it bold. Control B. I want to make it underline. Control U. I want to make it italics. Control I. So control shortcuts work, but alt shortcuts. So if any one of you are comfortable with Excel, you will know that there are some alt shortcuts also. All of those are available. But alt shortcuts will not work over here. Okay? You can only use control shortcuts on the exam platform. Clear? Now, if you can remember the shortcuts, ideally you should, whatever shortcuts I just said, ideally you should remember that. But anyways, even if you don't remember these shortcuts, you will be able to do it here directly. Okay, like bold, italics, underline, you can do it here. You can make it a colored text also. Let's say I want to make it as a red font color, I can do that. I can fill up the background also with a different color. Let's say I want to highlight this particular cell, so I can do the coloring also here. I can change the alignment, left, center, right alignment. I can put up decimal places also here. Okay, then I can put it as a dollar value also. Okay, $67. So all of these different options will be available to you. Okay, you can put it as a percentage also. Okay, now I want to resize the column. That is also possible. I can resize the column. Fraction not needed in exam. You can ignore it. Then cut, copy, paste functions are available. Cut, then copy, then paste option. Format painter is available. Not very useful, but yes, you can use it. So let's say if I click on format painter here, and I can copy the format and paste it there. So all of that is available. So I can just copy the format. Like whatever was here, I could copy the format also and put it. Undo, redo buttons are there. So these are the editing options available to you. Now if you click on format and click on cells, format cells, you will be able to see a lot more options available here. These are the same options which you were able to see on the front screen. So these you can see together here, like number formats, how many decimal places you want to show. So if you want to show up to 3 decimal places, you can show up to 3 decimal places, 0 decimal places. You can just change the formatting of a particular cell over here very, very easily. Which currency you want to show. So all of these currencies are available. See, dollar, pound, euro, peso, yen. So 5 options are available to you. So if you want to put it as a, let's say a yen number, okay, and I type in any number here. See, it's writing it as yen 667. So you can do all of these formatting in this format cells section here. Okay, you can change the currency symbol. Alignment I showed you. Then this is available. Wrap text is available. Merge text is not available. So I'll tell you what this wrap text is. So I click enable this wrap text function here and I click on OK. I write a long statement here and you will see it wrapping up in one cell. Now press enter. You will see that the entire content is here. It gets wrapped up over here. So if you want to resize it, you can do it. Okay, you can double click it also. So in one shot also you can do it. Like it was appearing like this now. I double click on this here. Look at where my cursor is. Here is my cursor. I put it here and I double click. It will resize the column as per the desired length automatically. I don't need to like physically just keep on moving it. It will do it automatically. Okay, I can resize it like this also. Again, if I click double click here, see it resized it. So you can resize the column. Man, can I add or delete columns or rows? No, you can't. You can do it in Excel, but there is no such option to delete column or add column in your exam platform. So as I was telling you, it's not a complete replica of Excel. Some of the functions will work, some of the functions will not work. So what I want all of you to do is spend some time on this platform. Okay, every once in a while, log in here, check how you can draft your answers here, because see, I will be solving in Excel. Ultimately, I need to share the files with you. I can't be solving everything here because then it will remain with me only. I want to share the files with you, so I solve it in Excel. But what you can do is, at your own side, practice these things on the practice platform. So you will understand what works, what does not work. Your hands will be automatically wired to deal with this, spreadsheet in exam. Otherwise, it will all look very new. You will just be struggling with what will work, what will not work. All of that should be clear to you from the beginning itself, not during the exam that you should be figuring out. Okay. So this is about the format cells function. You can add and create borders also. Not very useful because ultimately formatting will not carry marks in exam. But yes, this option is there. This option is definitely there. You can create borders and use it as per requirement. Okay. Ikra says in exam I was facing challenge in summing up Excel. I was not able allowed to add my result. Adding up is allowed, Ikra. I'm not sure. Maybe a glitch or something. So let's say I've put down these numbers. See, there is an Excel shortcut Alt equals. Just if you press Alt and equal now, it will sum up in Excel, but it will not work in here. Here, to sum up, you will need to actually type equals sum, and you can press tab button. It will automatically add brackets. See, I'm pressing tab. I'm not pressing bracket on my keyboard. I'm pressing tab. You will see it automatically added the bracket. You can also try it. If you some glitch, I think there could have been some glitch. And now if you select all of this, close the bracket, see it sums up. And if you want to drag this formula also, it will work. Let's say I'm putting different numbers here now. I press Control C and I press Control V. See, it will drag the formula also. So ideally it should work. If it didn't, it is a glitch only because this is allowed in the spreadsheet function. You can do some, you can do product, different functions you can use. You will be learning about all of these functions in the class. What will work in exam, only that I will teach you. So this should work like this. Okay, you can type in the formula equals to sum and then select. Okay. Vaishnavi says, FM in the 7, but I couldn't clear it in 5. Vaishnavi, it happens with everyone. Sometimes a small miss is there. Don't feel afraid. Can happen with everyone. And you can redo the paper. Figure out if there is any concept where you struggled. You focus more on those topics. Practice more on mock paper. Practice more on the practice platform like different specimen exams so that you are able to time your performance also. Like I have to sit down and complete this mock in 3 hours time. Right now I'm just showing it to you like that. But whenever you are done with the syllabus, you give your mock exams in a timed manner. See how much of it you are able to cover it in time. And one very important thing, I'm sharing it now, but more relevant from exam point of view. A lot of times in exam, you will be faced with a question where you don't know the answer. You studied everything, you're very confident. And I'm telling you, it happens with the best of the best students also, so don't worry. You see a question that you're not confident with, and that will put you in anxiety. Like you will feel afraid, oh my God, I've got a question I don't know about. So don't worry. Try it as much as you can. And if that's also possible that you don't know at all, so leave that question and move on. Don't feel anxious over just any one question and forget about all the questions you actually know how to solve. So this moving on, thing has to come to your mind naturally. So you need to practice question papers, then only it will develop. So there will be times in exam you don't know about a particular answer. See it, feel that anxiety, okay, flag it for review, move on. But don't just keep stressing about that question only and you forget about rest, which are gonna give you marks and you know about them. Okay? So if you were not able to complete the paper, you could not clear the earlier papers, don't feel afraid. You can do it. Again, you can try it. Make sure your concepts are clear. You're practicing it properly in exam style conditions. You'll be able to do it. Yes, a very good question, Hargun. That, ma'am, will there be step marking for section C? Yes, there is step marking for section C because this will be evaluated by a human. Someone will be sitting and evaluating these answers. So they give you step marking, and I'll show you also what type of step marking is there once I show you how to see the correct answers. right? So you will get step marking. Now this was part A of the question. Now let's move on to the next part. So discuss the suitability of the techniques used in A. So whatever you did in part A, you are discussing the suitability of those techniques in here, part B. And you will see that this is a theory question carrying 10 marks. I told you it will be a 50-50% theory, 50% practical. So this is a theory question carrying 10 marks. And here they have given you a word processor type of a answer response, right? So functions are almost the same. Cut, copy, paste, undo, redo. Same functions will work here. Bold, italics, underline, strike through, not very relevant. Subscript, superscript is there. And what is subscript, superscript? Let's say 3, 4. I want to write it as 3 to the power of 4. I can select this 4 and click on this. So it will work. Okay. So this is a function available here. Clear formatting, not very important. You can insert tables here if you want. Like this. You can insert the table for as many rows and columns as you want. Okay. So sometimes while writing now, see, and I'm going to tell you also when we see such questions, ideal way to write your theory answers is to write it in a tabular manner. In fact, all of my notes also, I tried to give it in a tabular format only. It's very easy to remember and it's very easy for the examiner also to check. So for example, here we have to discuss about the suitability of the different techniques. So first I'm discussing about NPV. Okay. So I'm putting NPV here and whatever description I want to write about NPV, I will write here. Whatever my answer is, I will write in here. Okay. Similarly, next I want to talk about IRR. So when I'm giving this type of a tabular layout, now it's very easy. I will write down my detailed answer over here, IRR part. I will write it down here, detailed. Gives a very clear layout for the examiner. So that is where this tabular function will be useful for you. As many, I mean, the cell properties and all are available. Not very useful what type of a cell height, width you're looking for. Border style if you want to select. Not needed. Whatever is coming, it's well enough. So use it to write good answers with proper subheadings and the description in the second column. This is an ideal way to write theory answers. Headings or subheadings in the first column and their description in the second column. What you will be writing, of course, you will be learning it in the classes, but how you will be writing that I'm trying to tell you here. Okay. Then alignment is something you can change, like for example, here, left, center, right, justified alignment. So different alignments are there. You can also use bulleted points. Let's say I'm writing point A, then B, then C, and I want to put it as a bulleted list. So I can select all of these, okay, and create it as a bulleted list also. Okay, bulleted list or a numbered list is also possible. See, numbered list. I want to create a sub numbering also. I can click enter and press tab. So for example, I want to create it as a sub uh, point. I click tab on my keyboard. See, it's making it go in this. Again, I want to come back here. You can just type in whatever I want in the main numbering. So all of these functions are available to you. And this is indenting. Ma'am, what is indenting? So I want this description answer to start from a little on the right hand side. So I can click on this. See, it will move the place from where the line is starting. Okay. So like this, you can decrease the indent also, increase it further also if you want. You can change it. So these all functions are available to you. Here you can insert column, delete column. All of these functions are available. Okay. Yeah, I will tell you about that. Ikra says, could you please help with how we will judge what we have solved in practice platform? How we will judge as in like whether it is right or wrong, Ikra, is that what you're asking? I will tell you how to see the correct answers very soon. Okay. So this is there. Now, let's move on to the next question. This is the next scenario, scenario number 2 of section C, Merlo company. Again, this one requires calculation, so they have given you an Excel. This Excel carries 9 marks. Again, next, this is a theory question, carries 6 marks, 5 marks. So totaling up to 20 marks. Scenario is same, requirement is changing. So wherever you will need to perform calculations, they will give you an Excel, and wherever you need to write theory answers, they will give you this word processor type of an answer. That was about how to see the question, how to attempt, what type of options will be available to you. This is something you can use. Again, one very important thing, you really need to go to this platform today or whenever next you get some time. Please do log into this platform. Just explore all the options available. Okay, so it will be very, very useful. One more thing which I want to share here, that a formula sheet will be available to you in exam. So if you click on the left hand side, and this will be available irrespective of the type of questions which are coming. So this will be standard available to you, helper formula sheet. So if you click on this now, formula sheet, here, you will be able to see some of the formula which are standard given by ACCA. Okay. The present value table, you're going to be using all of this, present value table, annuity table. So this is available to you in the left bottom side, help or formula sheet, and here you click on formula sheet. So these all formula, you don't have to memorize these formula because, and I'll tell you whenever this concept comes in the class. So these formula will be available to you in exam, so you can directly use them while solving, because just you can open it here, do your calculations on the right hand side, and you're done. You literally don't need to recall this formula from your memory because this will be available to you on your screen itself. Okay. Yes, and actually that's the beauty of ACC, I must appreciate. See, in real life, we all, whenever we have to use a difficult formula, we just Google it and get the formula. No one tries to recall these from memory. So ACC as an institute recognizes that, and they give you all of these formula readily, because it's not expected. This is not like a memory exam, it's more like a concept application exam. So they give you all the important formula here. So they've given you more technical ones. There will be some more formula which we will be learning in class, but they will be on a simpler side only. So all the technical ones, see, you can see the type of formula it's given to you. So this makes your life as a student very, very easy. Okay. So they will give this to you and it will be available to you in all the questions. So even if, like, let's say I am in question number 2, I can access this same formula sheet here. So this function will be available to you in all of the questions screens. Okay. So yes, now coming back, let's say I was in question number 35. And I click on next. Now that's the last question. Now it's giving me a summary screen. That, okay, I attempted all of these questions. 2 questions I did not write at all. And this question I marked for review. So what I can do is I can directly land on this question, check it. So this was the question I marked for review. Done. I want to change it. If I don't want to change it, keep the same and remove the flag. Even if you don't remove the flag, it's okay. The answer will get submitted to the examiner. So once I'm done, I will remove the flag and come back to the review screen. You can see this review screen, and here I am. So now, once I'm done with all the questions, I will click on end exam. Be very careful before clicking on this. This will be ending your exam. So be super, super careful before clicking it. You have chosen to end the exam. Are you sure? Yes. Again, it will ask you just for the matter, like you're not making a mistake in clicking this button accidentally. They will again ask you, are you sure you want to end the exam? If you click yes now, the exam screen will be over. It will be closed. So you'll not be able to change back anything. This is like a final submission button. I click on yes. Done. Paper submitted. You can't make any changes. The exam is complete and you can move out of the exam hall. Okay. Now, is everything clear so far? Anything that you want to ask? Yes? All right. Perfect. Now, Now if you ask me, ma'am, how will we know whether what we have written is right or wrong? So there's a way to look at the answer also. Now let's see how much I scored. So I'll close the screen, not needed. So again, if I just come back here on the same tab where I started off the paper, now earlier it was showing me start. And the same place, you will now that I've completed this paper, I'm now seeing the option to mark exam. I don't need to go anywhere. Wherever I started the paper, it will automatically change this button. See, for the other papers, if you see here, this paper I left in between. So it is showing me resume. Whichever paper I complete, it will show me to mark exam. So I can see the answers here. So let's click on mark exam. Are you sure you want to mark it? Two websites, Aprajita. One will be ACCA Study Hub and the other one will be ACCA Practice Platform. ACCA Study Hub, ACCA Practice Platform. Only two websites you will need to bookmark. Okay. Now, are you sure you want to mark this exam? Click on yes. So you will be able to see the answers here. See how much marks I scored. I scored 14. Now this showing 14 out of 100, but this is actually marking from section A and B only. Okay, this is 14 out of 60. The remaining 40 marks section C, it doesn't get automatically marked, but section A and B gets automatically marked. See, you can see over here, answer 1. I had selected C, but the correct answer is A. And why that is the correct answer, that is also given to you on the platform. Okay. So answer 1, you can see here. And similarly, if I just keep going to the next question, I will keep on seeing the correct answers. It takes some time to load, but you will be able to see it here. It's not getting updated correctly. Ideally, it's showing me the first question's answer only here. Sometimes it happens. This platform is a little slow. So here, see. Yes, you can. I'll show you that also. So here, this is question number 3's answer. Question number 2 was not loading, but it will load once you give it some time. Now, if you just keep going back to it, it will show you the correct answer. So see, this was a random selection. I had selected 8.9, but it turned out to be correct. Now, it is showing that, okay, you got your 2 marks here. And why this is correct and how it is to be solved, that you can see the answer over here. Okay, so in this way, you can see the answer for any question. Similarly, for section C questions also, let's say I go to question number 31. So this is my answer. Randomly, what I was writing, it is showing me what I wrote. And now, if I want to see what is the correct answer, I will click here. See, look at the small arrow button. See it here. And look at this. You can see the detailed working over here. It's very small. You'll have to resize the pages and all to see it properly. Zoom in function is available. So you can just take a look at the answer. So detailed answer is available to you. Yes, I agree. Sometimes it is difficult. So Ikra, I'll just show it to you once again. Wait. So this is like if you go to any section C answer, na see section A and B similar. Like I just show you a few questions earlier. You will be able to see your answers properly like this. Again, I've come back to section B. It takes a lot of time to load, so you have to bear with it. So this was a section B question, and it's not getting updated properly, unfortunately. Yeah. So for example, this one. You'll have to do some going back and going forward to get the correct answer. So for example, this one, sometimes because it does not load, if it loads, you can just get it directly here. So here, this is question number 23. This was the question and this is the correct answer, okay? 147. Now, why is 147 the correct answer? They have given you the rationale over here. So in this way, they will give you the answers for section A and B directly on the screen over here. For section C, let's just go back to this one again. Question number 31. It's a section C question. My answer will be available here, what I wrote. And now I want to see what is the correct answer. I will click on this small arrow button over here. See this one. And you can see the correct answer. Contribution inflated, fixed cost. You'll have to exercise your eye power a little. They have given you the answer here. And someone asked me, ma'am, will we get step marking? See, uh, this second, this way. 1 mark for NPV, 1 mark for IRR. So if you have solved NPV, you will get your 1 mark for NPV. So every step you can see, if you have done your contribution inflation correctly, you get your 1 mark. Let's say you messed up later calculation. You calculated contribution correctly, and then later you messed it up. So it doesn't mean that your earlier given marks will be taken back. So whatever you scored, your 1 mark, 0.5 mark, that will be given to you. Whichever part you could not solve correctly, only that will be removed. Okay? So those marks only you will not get. So let's say this all you did correctly, final answer was incorrect due to some error. You will only lose your mark which is allotted. So this type of a sheet, this marking scheme is given to the examiner also. So they follow this marking scheme while giving you marks. So if you have done something correctly, you will get the marks for that step. If you have messed up any particular step, you will lose marks only for that step. Okay, so this section is not automatically marked. Yes, this section is not automatically marked. You will have to mark this on your own. Okay, you will have your answers coming over here. So you can, okay, see, okay, that this section I solved or this part I solved correctly. 1 mark, 2 mark, 3 mark, whatever. And you can see the allotment of marks over here. Okay. So like IRR functions, everything you will be able to see. And final answer they have highlighted in a yellow color. So I showed you how you can also highlight cells or you can change the color of the font. So this is as a practice you can also follow. Final answer you can just color the cell. So that is something you can do. But again, this is recommendatory. It's not something ACCA says that, okay, you have to do. But as a good practice, you can definitely consider coloring up the final answer so that, okay, the examiner sees, okay, this is correctly done. I can easily give the marks over there. Okay. So this type of a sheet will be available. So whatever steps you are able to perform correctly. So there were 4 parts now here, NPV, IRR, then ROCE, different payback period and all. So you get marks for that section individually. It is not correlated with what is that you did correctly or incorrectly in the earlier step. If you are able to show your calculations, do the calculations correctly in that section, you get your mark. Okay, and yes, these are to be self-marked by you. The platform does not do the marking. And you can see the answer over here. So now let's say question number 32. I want to see the answer. See, this is the correct answer. Like we had to discuss, this was for 10 marks. So you can see each of these techniques had to be discussed like NPV, IRR, payback and ROCE and overall conclusion. So this is how you will be able to see the model answer. Ideally, you can, what I was suggesting to you also, give this heading on the left hand side of the column and write the description, whatever you want to write on the second column. Okay. Yes, there will be a break. So as I will come back to that shortly. I will be giving you a break shortly. Just listen to me here. What is the tick marking on the right hand side? So tick marking is, let's say if you are giving your marks over here, let's say I want to give 2 marks. This is 1 second. Oops. It just logged me out. It's again just to give marks only. So let's say here, I'm going to give some error is there, I don't know. There is some error. But again, this is just to allot marks, like how much marks you want to allot to each point, 0 or 0.5. Okay, see here. So for which section are you giving the marks? You just select this tick box over here. Like this is for A1. I want to give 2 marks. So what? See, look at this. Earlier I was getting 14 now here. Once I'm giving the marks in section C, it is adding up those marks here. So for this section, I got 2 marks. Let's say, then again, I did this calculation correctly. I want to give myself, and this was for section A2. I want to give myself 1 mark. So it gives me 1 mark over here, and you will see my total changing. Is it clear? Did you understand the purpose of tick marking? So when you enable it, you can add the marks for section C also. But again, this is something you will have to do manually for evaluating yourself. This is only for section C. Section A and B is marked by the platform only. Section C, you can mark this way. Okay, like A2 and like this A3, 0 to 1 marks. Out of that, 0 to 2 marks, how much are you giving? So in this way, the examiner gives you marks on the platform, and you can also do that. And then when you total it up, you will get your final score. That okay, once you match your answer with the model answer, you can get your score ready. Okay. So question number 32. So like that, I hope now you get the idea. All the answers are available to you on the platform. Okay. And you can see it, compare it, what you are doing right, what you're not doing right. Common question which I get, ma'am, how much should I write? So if I just take you back to this particular question we were discussing here, this was for 10 marks. The different techniques that you had to discuss. There were 4 techniques to discuss. So this is a 10-mark theory answer. This is a common question I get for theory questions specifically. How much should I write? So ideally, for a 10-mark question, you should be writing 10 points with 1 to 2 sentences in each point. But now, if you look at this particular question, it is asking you to write about 4 points only: NPV, IRR, payback, and ROCE, and overall conclusion. So let's take 5 points. So you can't be creating your own points. Now, in that case, each of these points, like NPV, IRR, they should be right. The answer should be in 4 to 5 sentences. So if you see, that is the standard length also given here. They tend to give you a little lengthier answers only. But your answers should be like, if you're writing 5 points for a 10-mark answer, write about 4 to 5 sentences for each point, elaborating it properly. Then only you will get your marks. If you write 1 or 2 sentences only in here and expect that, okay, the examiner will give you the full marks, no, you will not get it. So the ideal length, I'm addressing it right here in the first class, that we'll be practicing questions also, but just to tell you, the ideal length for a theory question in a section C type is 1 to 2 sentences per mark. Okay, so if you are writing 1 point for each mark, so write in as many paragraphs. And if the points are restricted, like in this particular question, write longer paragraphs. Okay, write up to 4 to 5 sentences. So that will be able to help you get the full marks for the theory questions, because ultimately, I told you it's a 50-50 split. You can see in this particular question also, 10 marks was theory, 10 marks was practical. So if you focus only on practical, you won't be able to pass the exam. You need to give equal focus on theory topics as well. Are you clear on how to see the question and to see the answers? So this is a detailed process. It's okay, like we are doing it for the first time in the first class here. Even if you forget, so I've uploaded a video covering this entire step on my personal channel by the name of Anushka Jain ACCA. You can get the video of this detailed step also on that channel. If you forget what the steps are, you can see it there also. But I've covered the same thing in the same, I mean, on the channel also. Okay, but very, very important that you use this. to cover your practice. Okay, once the syllabus is over, when you are practicing, this platform will be super, super helpful for you. And any day, if you get a query, ma'am, whether this thing will work in exam or not, you're free to open up any platform question, right? If like that formula is working, well and good. If that formula is not working, you get your answer. Whether that formula will work in exam side or not. And you can assign any paper to you as many times as you want. There is no restriction. Like for example, I am done with this. Okay, now I again want to reassign the same paper to me. I can do it. I go on browse available exams, select category, select financial management, and I will again be able to see this option to assign this paper to me. So you can practice one question paper as many times as you want. There is no restriction. Am I clear, everyone? So how to see the question, how to see the answer, how to mark it. So all of that is done. No, no, you don't have to hide it. Even if you don't hide it now, you will be able to see the option to assign it. I've just done it so that you can freshly see it getting assigned again. But you can assign it as many times without hiding also. All right. So that was a detailed walk on the ACCA Study Hub, on the ACCA practice platform, two very, very important resources. Now, one of you also asked me about examiner's report, and I'll cover that. It's very, very important and interesting. See, it's always best to learn from other students or other people's mistakes, and ACCA provides you to do that. So I'll show you what you can do. If you go to accaglobal.com, so that's the ACCA website, accaglobal.com, go to students section and go to study support resources. And then select your qualification. So it will be ACCA. Select financial management. And you will see a list of exam resources over here. Are you able to reach this spot here? Perform the steps which I've just shown you. Go to accaglobal.com, hover over students, then student support resources, study support resources, then click on ACCA qualification, then click on financial management and reach this spot. Let me know if you're all here. You can do this without logging into your ACCA account. This is available to all. You don't need your ACCA login credentials to access this. Please do it along with me. Let me know when you are on this page. Done? All right. Now, if you just scroll down, you will see examiner's report. This one, see examiner report. Click on this. And if you scroll down, you will be able to see the examiner, the person who really marked the students' responses. They give their report. So this is September, December 25 attempts report. Open it and it will open up as a PDF file. You can download it also. See, section-wise comments will be there for a few questions where students made the most mistakes. And they will tell you, okay, general comments, how the students performed, which all questions did they make mistakes. See, questions which proved to be particularly difficult for candidates. So this was a question. This is actually a question which came in September, December. in section A. What does it test? What is the correct answer? Okay. The most common errors involved using the annual rather than the loan period interest rate and showing the payment as a receipt. So, common mistakes done by the students in tackling with the questions that they give here. Candidates showed limited understanding of the impact of inflation on the economy. So, common questions where the students were making mistakes, they highlight that, okay, what is the correct answer that they will give, then what is the mistake that they did. So that is for section A. Similarly, for section B also, they will list those questions where the students made the most. Yes, you can get a few section A and B questions from here. You're right. So they will give you the question also and what is the correct answer and the rationale for that answer also. Distractors. That is what were the common distracting points for the students. Where were they making mistakes? So distractors meaning mistakes which the students were making. So you can see here the examiner's response. Some students have difficulties in understanding the limitations of applying the dividend growth model. So that is a wrong application of the model. This is a model you will be learning in the class, dividend growth model. So some students did not show correct understanding of the topic. Similarly, for section C also, see section C is a scenario based question. So which all scenarios they made a mistake. The most common candidate error here was to apply the discount to the trade receivable balance. So on. So once you see the question, once you also solve it, and then if you read this type of examiner's report now, you will be able to appreciate this report better. Okay. So like what another error that is that if you're applying the discount rate on something else where you were supposed to apply, you did not apply there. So that type of errors are highlighted by the examiner team. Sometimes for the theory questions also, they give very good remarks. So this is something that you can do once you practice these past papers now. I would really suggest that you go on to read these reports. One or two report is sufficient. Don't have to read all the reports. One or two reports, wherever, whichever question paper you are solving, look at the examiner's report also. You will get a lot of insights. Incorrectly performed the cost of finance calculations, so on and so forth. So this is available to you on the study support resources. Okay. In very much detail what the answer should be, common errors. So very, very important if you want to know what is the error. See, I'll tell you, a lot of times, and I'm telling a lot of times, students will tell me, ma'am, I did so well. I knew the entire paper. You have discussed everything in the class. I'm going to get very good marks. And sometimes it may so happen that you did silly mistakes. You knew everything, but then you made small errors, which this report highlights also. You will get to know that, okay, these are the places or these are the mistakes which I have to avoid. Okay. So you may see a common question or you may see a commonly done calculation which we have done so many times in the class, but don't just jump at the joy of it. Focus and solve correctly, because even if the question is correct, common, you may be making silly mistakes in dealing with it. So read this report, you will understand that, okay, it's a very simple thing. How can a student miss it? But it happens in exam scenario. Okay, so be prepared for it. Simple common errors. Read these report for one or two papers, and you will get an idea of the type of mistakes that you don't have to make. Okay, so general performance of the answer was it was mixed. A small proportion of candidates produced well structured, analytically sound answers that moved confidently between theory and critique. However, many responses were largely descriptive. Common mistake students make in theory answers. They will write everything they know about that topic in that question and not address the requirement correctly. The question is asking you to criticize something and you will write your answers to describe it. You won't get marks. You have to write, see, this is what is happening in here. Many responses were largely descriptive with limited critical engagement and weak structure. You have to address the requirement. Don't just write everything that you know about a topic. You have to read the requirement, address it carefully. A lot of times, I am coming from experience here. What the students do? Sometimes there will be two parts of a requirement. Okay, Solve for NPV and IRR. And connector is and. You are so much in a hurry in an exam, you will solve for NPV and forget about and IRR. You don't get the full marks. The same happens for theory questions also. Sometimes the theory questions will have two questions combined into one by a connector called and, but in exam hurry, you forget it. And it's commonly discussed in this type of examiner report that students missed the second part of the requirement. So do not make that mistake. Address all the requirements and address the requirement only. Don't just write down whatever you know. Write down whatever is asked. Remember this when you're dealing with the questions. Okay? Kunal, I hope it is clear. I was repeating the same thing only. Let me know if there is anything specific you want me to cover again. So, in a nutshell, what I'm trying to tell you is read these reports for one or two papers, get an idea of the type of mistakes which students make, and you don't have to make. And read the requirement carefully. What is asked, answer that, and answer all parts of the requirements. All clear, everyone? I hope you're getting a idea about what the real exam is going to look like, what are the mistakes which can happen, and that you have to be very, very careful from the beginning itself. All set? Any doubts still here? No doubts, no? Okay. So coming back, some of you asked me, ma'am, will there be a break? Yes, there will be a break. So what we do is we have our classes from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. Okay, so it's a 5-hour class, but it's not like you have to be studying all the time. I'll give you about a 15 to 20-minute break in between. So around 10:15 or 10:30, we usually take a break, looking at the progress of the class. Like if a topic is in between, I don't leave the topic in between, we'll cover it. So between 10:15 to 10:30, we normally take a 15 to 20-minute break. Okay. And we'll have a class till 1 p.m. Okay. And yeah, so our classes now, talking about the structure of the class a little. So our regular classes will be on Saturday and Sunday, where we will be learning about the new concepts and its applications. Sometimes I will be keeping small classes early in the morning on a weekday. It will be like an early morning class, 7 a.m. to 9:30 type of a class, which will only be to practice questions. No new topic will be covered. So even if you are not able to attend that class, you can watch its recording. It will only be for practicing. No new concepts. New concepts will only be covered in the regular class during the weekends. Okay, but I'll tell you that is on a need to need basis. If I feel that there is a need to discuss some questions, extra questions on a particular topic in the class, I will cover it on a practice session in the early morning session, and I'll inform you about that beforehand. Okay, so regular classes with new concepts, everything new that happens on the weekend, Saturday, Sunday. Some practice sessions on a need to need basis. I'll inform you, but it will happen on a early morning session only. That will be only to practice questions. So that will be the structure. So because we are doing this batch for June attempt, a lot of times students ask me, ma'am, will we be able to cover the syllabus before June? Of course, that's the whole purpose of this live batch. So we will be covering this or completing this batch of classes up to the middle of May. So you will get plenty of time to do self-study also. Ma'am, does that mean I will do all the masti in this 2.5 months and I will only study after the batch is over? No. You don't have to do that. You will have to be studying, self-studying all this time when the classes are going on. I'll be giving you a lot of homework questions also. So you need to be doing that right along with the classes. Don't wait for the batch to get over to do that homework question or to do the practice. You would have lost out on essential time. Okay, so please be alert, be dedicated and consistent in the entire 3 months that you have now before your exam. It's very, very critical that you do so. Okay, so study every day for some time. Initially, it will be very, very limited time that you need to put in. Eventually, as time progresses, you will need to give in more time because more time will go into revision of the earlier completed topics also. So be prepared for that and don't wait for the batch to get over to start your practice. And I'm telling you, today you will feel very, very, inflated that, okay, I'm going to do it all. But eventually, as the classes progress, somehow that momentum is gone. And I'm telling you, it happens with everyone, but you don't fall in that bucket. Keep that momentum alive from the beginning till the end. Keep on practicing, and you'll start enjoying and loving this paper. That I can assure you. But only if you're regular and you do that question practice, because the fun of finance is only in practice. Okay, so keep that momentum alive. Keep on practicing as we keep on solving the paper. I mean chapters in the class. So you will also enjoy the paper, and not just enjoy. It's very, very important to clear the paper also in the first attempt. Okay. So that's what you have to do. Very, very important. Repeating it. Do not wait for the batch to get over to practice or to start practicing. Start the practicing right along with the classes as I give you homework also. Okay. Another disclaimer. First few chapters that we have in our syllabus, they are purely theoretical, especially chapter 1 and 2. They're purely theoretical. It might seem a little boring, but again, I hope now you understand that it's going to be a 50-50 split in exam. Again, it's not like all the 50% marks will come from chapter 1 and 2 only, but chapter 1 and 2 now, they are a little purely theoretical chapters, so it looks a little boring. But yes, you can and you will understand them better with like you'll be able to appreciate these theory topics as we move on to the practical chapters also. That practical chapters will have a mix of theory and practical. So I'll do we'll start off with some theory chapters, and then I will gradually move on to the practical chapters also. But don't lose that vigor seeing theory chapters that finance is very boring. That's a disclaimer I'm giving you right ahead. First, a few concepts will be on a theoretical side. Get accustomed to it, and then we will move on to a lot of practice that we are going to be doing in this paper. Are you all clear? All right. Again, let's come back to the deck. So these are the top resources which we saw. We even saw at your question paper also, how you're going to see it in exam. Now, skills required. Some first point already covered. Please practice the questions on Excel or Word only. And please participate in the class. See, in class also, we'll be doing a lot of question practice, and I'll give you some time to solve. Then you will share your answers with me. And I'll see. So you are currently around 30 students in the class. As classes progress, I will see only 5-6 students responding. Rest, all 25 students will be enjoying the movie. It's not a movie. Please practice it in the class and respond in the class. You will also be engaged and you will not feel bored. Okay? So, whenever you log in using a laptop so that you can do the practice and you can share your answers when I give you time to solve the questions in the class. Okay? So that's number one skill. Practice questions on Excel or Word. Second is what I was talking about when I showed you a theory answer also. One idea per mark. It's all about quality of your answer, not quantity. So it's not like your regular exam that you write a lot and then you get a lot of marks. It's not like that. If you are addressing the requirement correctly, then only you get the marks. Okay? So it's all about quality. It's not about how much. It's about how well you have written your answers. Okay? Use headings and paragraphs. Again, something I showed you while seeing the model answers also. Write subheadings. Use a tabular approach. In fact, when you see my notes also, you will realize this. Like I've given a tabular approach to most of the concepts that we're going to study. So when you learn those things also, you learn them in that format that, okay, I'm going to give this heading and I'm going to write down this description. So it really is a beautiful way to write the answers and get marks. See, ultimately, always remember You have to make the life of your examiner easy. Don't make it difficult for him. Okay, he is like, he's searching, okay, what all points you have covered, where to give you marks. Serve him ready in the platter that, okay, this is the answer I've written, you give me marks here. So make the life of the examiner easy, your life will be easy. Okay. And also remember, if the question tells you something that, okay, the cost of capital is 10%, don't cross question that. Maybe you are getting 10.23%. You have also done some calculation, you're getting 10.3. The exam question is telling you 10%. Please follow the exam question only. Don't cross question the question. Okay, it might happen, I'm just giving you some of the instances. It might so happen that something is given to you in the question, it might be contradictory to what you know or what you're getting, but follow what is given in the paper to the T. Do not give your own cross questioning to the question. Okay, so yes, use headings and paragraphs, label and cross reference workings. I am so like literally OCD for this. I've got OCD for this. Like, you really need to mark your workings very, very carefully. See, ultimately, your layout matters. So if you're just jumbling up, messing up your answer, don't expect the examiner to give you marks. You're writing professional exams, and it is expected that you will also write them professionally. Okay, so write down cross references of the notes, and you will learn this for sure with me. Like, I can't live without it. So you will learn this with me, how to give proper note references when you are writing out your section C answers, particularly. See, section A and B, how you do it, it doesn't matter. Section C, it is very important how you solve. Now, when I will be giving you notes, I would have done all the color coding and all given to you, but that's not needed from you in exam, because you will not get that much time. But at least that basic writing it out properly, that is expected, and I'll tell you all of that as we progress into the practice questions. Then, very important in section A and B is the rule of elimination. A lot of times what will happen is you see a question, and you will realize that, okay, I don't know the answer to this, and I'm talking specifically about objective test questions. So what you can do is follow the rule of elimination. Ma'am, what is that? So you are seeing four options. And out of the four, you're not able to find out the correct answer, but at least you know that, okay, these two are not correct. These two do not seem to be correct by looking at the question. So now you will be doing a guesswork within two probable correct answers. At least you're not doing guesswork out of four options. Now, the probability of you getting the answer correct by doing a guesswork out of four options is 1 out of 4, that is 25%. But the probability of you getting it correct out of selecting two probable answers is 50%, 1 out of 2. So follow this rule of elimination. It increases your chances of getting the answer correctly if you don't know the answer to a particular question. So what is rule of elimination? You eliminate the probable incorrect answers and make the choice between the probable correct answers. So your spectrum, like out of which you have to select the correct answer, that reduces. So your probability of getting it right increases. So that's the rule of elimination. And use formula. We're going to be learning a lot of different formula in class, like sum, NPV, IRR. So wherever possible, use those sum. Okay, it will help you to save your time. So these are the skills that you need to pass the exam. Okay. Now coming into the time allocation part, very, very important. Time management is very crucial. See, you're going to be getting 3 hours only. So you have to give it your best shot in those 3 hours. Don't expect you will get more time. Time is fixed. So you need to use it judiciously. So for that, what you need to understand, so 3 hours means what? How many minutes? 180 minutes. Each hour has got 60 minutes. So 16 to 3, 180 minutes. And how many marks do you have to write? 100 marks. So 180 divided by 100 is what? 1.8 minutes. So this is a very popular concept in ACCA students. 1.8 minute per mark rule. What did I just say? Total time that you have is 180 minutes. 3 hours is 180 minutes. It's a 100-mark paper. So 180 by 100, that is 1.8 minute per mark is the time that you get to deal with each mark. Okay. So to allocate your time, multiply the marks for each question by 1.8 minutes. Okay. So for example, if it's a section A question, it's a 2-mark question. So total time that you should take is 3.6 minutes per question. Ma'am, will we just keep looking at our watch all the time when we are dealing with questions? No. What you ideally should do is, so look at this next statement here. Section A has got 15 questions. Okay. So 15 into 3.6, 54 minutes. So try solving section overall in this allotted time. Because I'll tell you something, and we're going to see such type of questions also in class. Some of the questions of section A will be very small. It will hardly even take you seconds to solve, maybe 1 minute. But then some of the section A questions will be on the longer side also. It might take you 7-8 minutes. So it's a mix, and always this happens, right? Section A will be a mix of some lengthy questions are carrying same marks, but the questions are structured in such a way that some of the questions in section A will take less of your time, some of the questions will take more of your time. So what you have to do is balance it out at a section level. So give total 54 minutes to section A questions. Similarly, section B also is carrying this 54-minute time. Okay. So 30 marks, total 54 minutes. And section C, 40 marks into 1.8, 72 minutes. Okay. So this is the time allocation that you should do on a section basis. Ma'am, why is it so important? See, a lot of times you might get stuck on a particular question. Don't get overly anxious about what you're not able to do. Move on to the next one. See, I was talking about this earlier also, concept of moving on. Don't get too stuck on any particular question and lose out all of your important time. And it will happen in exam. 1 or 2 questions will be twisted ones and you might get stuck over there. Remind yourself that I've got limited time. I need to move on. I'll come back to it if later time allows. But I'll not ruin my entire paper just because of 1 or 2 difficult questions. Okay, so that is why this time allocation thing is very important. I'm discussing it in the first class so that right from the beginning itself, you know how important it is to be managing your time carefully. So section A is going to be of 54 minutes. Section B, 54 minutes, and section C, 72 minutes. So this should be the ideal allocation of time between each of the sections. Now, if you are able to complete a section earlier than this, very good. You are saving some time and you can use it elsewhere, wherever the need arises. Okay. You can attempt the questions in any order. ACCA does not tell you that, okay, you have to go section by section or within the section also question by question. You can solve them in any order. But my suggestion would be to solve section A first, then B, and then C. That is in the sequential order only. What I have seen is when you have covered these simple questions now, section A and B, quickly, you get more time to deal with the section C questions where you have to write descriptive answers. So that is why my suggestion, that's from my personal experience, go for A, B, and C in the order of difficulty. Section A being the easiest, then B, and then C. Okay, so that is something you can do. But yes, you are free to appear in any order. There's no restriction that you can't toggle between the questions. I showed you also, you can literally toggle anytime, anywhere, any place. So that flexibility is there. Now, whether you want to like go for B first, A first, C first, it's your choice. Again, this is also something to each his own. So you might face like someone of you, like you may feel that, okay, ABC is the best order for me. But later, as you practice, you start feeling more confident in C, section C questions. So figure this out for yourself before the exam. So that strategy should be clear to you before the exam. You should not be drafting the strategy in the time of exam. So once we are done with the syllabus, you are done solving all the mock papers, practice exams, you figure this out what works best for you in time management. So it is possible that you feel that, okay, I feel more confident in dealing with section C question first. It's okay. You can do that. But whatever you decide it pre-exam, not during the exam. Okay. So attempt the questions in any order that you feel comfortable with. And lastly, approach should be to attempt easier ones first to make yourself reach a comfortable spot with marks. Because once you are clear now that, okay, I've secured my 50% marks, your confidence will go over the roof. So that confidence building in exam is also very important so that you are able to deal with the questions. Okay. So this is about time allocation. You may not do the time allocation on a per question basis, but on a per section basis. And some of the questions will be lengthy, some will be small. You need to balance out the time in this way. Okay. Clear? So yes, that was all about from the orientation part, things which I wanted to show you exists and you have to use. And we'll take a break here and we'll break for about 20 minutes. And then post the break, we will do some concepts which will be useful for you for throughout all your chapters. Okay, like one of the things which someone asked me, sorry, that ma'am, how to deal with decimal places and all that we will be covering post the break. So let's take a break here for 20 minutes and then catch up again to continue the discussion. Okay, refresh yourself, be back, and we will continue. Yeah. So who has joined? I can see your name as Galaxy Folds. Please tell me your name. Yeah, we were taking a break, and now the break is over. We'll be continuing with the class. So the first half of the class is done. Hemant. Hemant, whenever you join in next, please join in using your name. Okay, it'll be easier for my identification. Yes. So moving forward. There's some basic stuff. This is a file I will share across with you, FM building blocks file. And this will be, these concepts which we're going to cover here will be useful for you in your all your chapters. So not specific to any chapter, but these are general building blocks. Okay. So first off, I'll talk to you about cell referencing. See something, it's very, very basic, but a lot of times students ask me queries on this, so I'm covering it here specifically. So there are two concepts in Excel called relative referencing and absolute referencing. Okay. So first here we are talking about relative referencing, and similarly here we will talk about absolute referencing. So let's say we have a volume given to us. We have volume given to us for three products A, B, C, Jan, Feb, March. Okay, this is the volume of A for Jan, Feb, March, B, Jan, Feb, March, and C. And this is the total volume for Jan, then Feb, and then March. And the rate per unit is given to you for ABC. Now, if I have to find out what is the revenue, okay, I have to find out what is the revenue. So here, I hope that you realize that when I have to I'll just delete this. This data is given to you. If I, total this up here equals to sum and select the cells, I get 115. Now I don't have to literally put down the formula again and again like this. I don't have to do that. Instead, so I don't have to do this one by one. What I can do is I place the formula once equals to sum and select all of this. Once I do it, and I do Control C and Control V across where I want to show this sum. Now, relative referencing means Excel automatically changes the cell reference. So here I had put B4 is to D4. When you select the cells, this is how it showed. B4 is to D4. When I copied and pasted it here, it automatically, because I dragged the formula down, it also changed the reference of the row number from row number 4. Here it was row number 4. I'll just delete it again and see, please. I do Control C and I do Control V. So if you look here, the cell reference has changed from row number 4 to row number 5 because I dragged down the formula. I came down. Similarly, if I go down further, press this here, and you will see that the row number has now got changed from row 4 to row 6. Okay. So, yes, you can do Control D also, but Control D shortcut does not work in exam. So that's why I'm not telling you that shortcut. It will not work in exam. You can use Control C, Control V. Okay. So yes, this is how I used relative referencing. When I am saying relative referencing, because it is changing the reference of the cells relatively as I am moving down, or if I'm moving right, it will change the formula towards the right. So the intent is to tell you that when you do not do anything, Excel automatically does relative referencing. Now this is the product, and now this is their selling price per unit. This is their rate per unit. Now I want to find out the revenue. So this 5, please listen to me carefully. This 5 has to be multiplied with 40 also, 45 also, 30 also. This 4 has to be multiplied with 50, 40, 35. Now if I just, okay, I'll just delete all of this. If I do 40 into 5 normally, okay, I'll just put the formula normally, enter, and I drag across this formula, you will see some incorrect numbers coming up. So this is fine, 15 to 4, 25 into 6, this is fine. But for the below rows, because I've dragged down the formula also, you will see it is now getting multiplied with the incorrect row number. You're realizing that I don't want my row number to change. I want my row number to remain 9 only. When I don't do anything, Excel automatically updates it to the below row number because I'm dragging the formula down. Clear? I hope you're getting the problem statement. If I don't do anything, this is how it changes row number 9 to row number 10. But I don't want that to happen. So Excel gives us a way to solve this issue, and that's called absolute referencing. So what I do is I freeze row number 9. And how do I freeze it? By placing a dollar sign. Look at this. I pressed dollar sign here. Okay. I froze this, and now if you see, look at this. All the formula correctly updated. I wanted the row number to freeze, so I froze just that row number. I placed a dollar sign before it. You can see for yourself, I did not do some magic. I'll just show it to you again. Earlier, I was telling you that, okay, 40 into 5. One thing is, you can do this formula placement 9 times. Waste all the time that you have. Like this. Again and again, you keep doing and waste your time. You are smart students, you will not do that. So what we do, I place the formula just once. I want the column number to change. I don't want the row number to change. I want the row number to remain fixed at 9. So what I do, I place a dollar sign before row number. 9, enter, and I select wherever I want this formula to be. I press, I select all the cells and I press Control V. And you can see all the formula getting updated correctly. Did you understand? Now, I have frozen just the row number. Let us say all the products A, B, C, again, another example. Let's say you are given with just one product only. So now if I want to find out the revenue in dollars for each of the months, I have to multiply with 5 cell also, column also I can freeze, row also I can freeze. So what I do is simple, 40 multiplied with 5. So when you have to freeze both both column and row reference, the entire cell that you have to freeze, you need to place dollar signs before both, like row number also, column number also. And when you drag it across, your formula gets updated like this. So here, when you have to freeze the reference to any one, then you can put dollar reference before both row number and column number. So this is absolute referencing, but with just one column, one cell that you had to freeze. Here I froze just the row. Similarly, you can freeze just the column. Okay, that's also available. So this is your relative and absolute referencing. F4 shortcut is not available in exam. So yes, what you can do now, and this works only in Excel, but I'll share it with you for your general knowledge. There is this shortcut which is available. Like if I want to do 40 into 5 and I want to freeze the reference of this 5, I simply press F4 and see dollar signs get automatically placed. But this will not work in exam. Okay, this will not work in exam. F4 is the shortcut to place dollar signs together in front of row and column number. However, it will not work in exam. You will have to manually put in dollar symbol before the row and the column number, whichever you want to freeze. So that's the point of referencing. Is it clear? Did you understand relative referencing and absolute referencing? Is it clear? Go through it. Any doubt that you have? So if you don't do anything, it will automatically do relative referencing. It will keep on updating the formula as per the direction you move within Excel. If you go down, the formula gets updated downwards. If you go right, it gets updated rightwards, whichever direction you want to do. If you want to freeze the reference, then you need to put the dollar signs. All right. Next. Now this rounding off thing, common confusing point among students, but again, very, very important. I'll tell you why. See, section A and B, I told you that it is going to be marked by a computer. No human will be doing it. So what happens if you, if your answer should be 432.11, if you put in 432.12, Okay, let's say you could be marked incorrect. You could be marked incorrect. So you need to round off properly. Okay. Section C, there is no issue of rounding off. There is a human who is marking it, and they will understand that, okay, this is a rounding off error. You don't lose marks due to rounding off in section C. But in section A and B, you could lose it. So very, very important is to round off properly. Now I've put down 6 simple questions in front on your screen. Give me the answer to all of them. You have to round off correctly. Please do it. All of you, give me all 6 answers together. Don't clutter the message. It becomes very difficult to follow. Put down all the 6 answers together in one message and send it to me. All of you should try. So Kunal, for freezing a cell reference, you need to place dollar symbol before the column or the row number, which whatever you want to freeze, whether you want to freeze reference to if any particular row or any particular column, just put a dollar sign and you are done. That is the concept of absolute referencing. Relative reference, you don't need to do anything. If you drag the formula gets updated automatically. So decimal values can be allowed, cannot be allowed. They will tell you that. Akshat, decimal places can also be asked. Like you have to round off up to 2 decimal places or up to 1 decimal place. So that can be asked in the exam. The questions which we saw did not have any of them. But there can be questions where they will ask you to round up to 2 decimal place or up to 1 decimal place or this different type of instances I have put down here. So these are all are possible. Please try this. I did see a lot of you have tried. Let's check. So the first one, when the question asks you about rounding to the nearest dollar, you have to look at the number immediately after the decimal. And immediately after the decimal is 1. So any number from 0 to 4, the number will be rounded down. So you get 432. Okay? You get 432. You don't have to put any decimal. Rounded to one decimal place. You have to look at the number immediately after the first decimal place. That is 5 over here. So you will need to round this up. So the answer becomes 432.5. Please check your answers and let me know if you are having any doubt in understanding any particular question. So rounded to one decimal place, you will look at the number immediately after the first decimal place. So here we will be looking at 5. Okay. So here you get 432.5 as the answer that you will have to input if asked. Now in this one, if you see this is the number from 0 to 4, the number immediately after the first decimal place. So I will round down. So it becomes 432.4. Now very important, this type, it comes a lot many times. Round it to the nearest $100. Round it to the nearest $100. So I have to give the answer in hundreds of dollars. So what I do is I look at the place immediately after the 100th place. This is the 100th place now. 5. 5 is the number in the 100th place. The basic, so very, very basic things we're discussing. So this is the 100th place. I will look at the number coming in the place immediately after that. And this is 3. So I will round down and the answer will be 4,500. My answer will be 4,500. Next, rounded to the nearest $1,000. So what is the 1,000th place? 6, right? I will look at the number immediately after the 1,000th place, which is 7 over here. I will round up. So the answer is 57,000. And lastly, round it to the nearest $1,000,000 and you have to write in millions. So this M, like I showed you now, dollar is written outside the box. So sometimes this M or million will also be written outside the box. So in the box, inside the box, you will just need to write. So what is this number? Million has got 6 zeros, right? So 3 here, 3 here. It's 32.7 million. I will look at the number immediately after that. And what is this? 7. So I will be rounding up. I need to put in 33 in the box. Please don't put in 33, 000, and then million again. So it's a very big number which will be the resultant figure. You just have to write 33 in the box. So round it to the nearest $1,000,000. If you have to answer in millions, that M is written outside the box, you just need to write in the box 33. Understood? Okay. So see, it's very basic thing. But again, if you make a mistake here, your entire 2 marks are gone. So don't make these mistakes. It's a very simple sheet. Use it before the exam also. Just as a quick recap, how you have to round up. These are the mostly the instances which are seen in exam. Could be something else, but I hope your logics are clear. Look at the number. Look at the number immediately after the place that they are asking you to round off. So it is rounded to one decimal place. Look at the number immediately after the first decimal place. And similarly, here rounded to the nearest $1,000,000. So, Priyanka, this number, this commas are getting placed in Indian way. But if you see in millions, this is 32.765483 million, right? This is, if you place commas as per the American way, it is 33 million, 32.76 million. Now it is asking me to round off to the nearest $1,000,000 and M is written outside the box. Okay, like this, it will be given to you outside the box. M will be given if it is given. So what you will put inside the box is just 33. because it is asking me to round to the nearest $1 million. So M is outside. How many $1 million are there? 33. M is outside dollars. Okay. So that's about rounding off. Next, again, a very basic thing. Unit of measurement. So, unit of measurement, it represents a standard quantity of output that allows cost to be measured. So Kunal, I'll just go back here. It is 32.7 million. I have to round in $1 million. So what is this number? 7. Now, because it is 5 and above, I will be rounding up. So I've written 33, not 32. I am looking at the number immediately after the place for which they are asking me to round off. All right, coming back. Unit of measurement concept, again, very simple concept, but very useful. So unit of measurement could be anything. It could be like kg, liters. You all know such things, right? A simple unit of measurement is used when output can be expressed in one clear physical unit. In an oil factory, the unit of measurement is liters. Now, if you are buying, let's say, rice, it could be kgs. So different things. Now, if you're buying a bottle of shampoo, it will be given in milliliters, ml. So different units of measurement are there. So it's a very clear physical unit. You can measure it. Now, this is simple. We also have composite units of measurement. We also have composite unit of measurement. In many service industries, and this is specifically for service industry only, that this composite unit of measurement applies. So in many service industries, the output is not uniform and cannot be captured by a single measure. In such cases, a composite unit of measurement is used. What is a composite unit of measurement? A composite unit combines two or more related measures to reflect both the quantity and complexity or duration of service. Now, I did not understand. No problem. Look at the example and then we'll come back to this definition again. So, for example, in a hotel. So, take for example, any hotel you might have checked in anywhere, any day. So, in a hotel, output is measured in room nights, combining the number of rooms occupied and the number of nights stayed in. For example, see, log into any app, Make My Trip or anything. You will see that they will quote you the rate per room night. Ma'am, what do you mean by per room night? One room for one night. The rate is always given to you for one room, one night. So it's called rent per room night. Rent for one room for one night, it's quoted as rent per room night. So let's say you take one room for one night, it's called one room night. The rent which will apply to you will be 10,000. So the rate which will apply, the amount that you will have to pay to the hotel will be 10,000. Let's say you take one room, you're going single, but you're staying there for 2 nights. So it is called 2 room nights. 1 into 2, 2 room nights. And the rate or the value which you will have to pay will be 2 into 10,000. 2 into 10,000. See how I've done absolute referencing here, dollar signs, because I had to freeze the reference to just 10,000. So 2 into 10,000. Then let's say you're going with your friend, you're taking 2 rooms, but just for one night. So that is also called 2 room nights. You will have to pay the fare, or I mean the charges for 2 rooms for one night. So that is 2 room night. The value which you will pay to the hotel will be 10,000 into 2, 20,000. You go with your friends. You are taking 2 rooms for 2 nights. You're staying there for 2 nights. So you will have to pay for 4 room nights. 2 rooms each day. So 2 plus 2, 4, or you can say 2 into 2, 2 rooms into 2 nights. 4 room nights. And Rent will be 10,000 into 4. So composite unit of measurement applies mostly in service industries. You might have also seen this type of unit of measurement. Like, let's say you are sending something by courier. You could be charged on the basis of the weight and the distance the courier has to travel. Like, let's say you're sending something from Delhi to Punjab versus you're sending something Delhi to Bangalore. So distance becomes a matter, and also the weight of the parcel. Heavier the parcel is, higher the courier charges will be. So that is the same concept. Okay. So kg, kilometer could be a unit of measurement. Again, it will differ from industry to industry, but I hope this example helps you to understand the concept of composite unit of measurement. That you find out what is the room nights and then apply the value. Is it clear? Please go through it, take your time, read it. Any doubt, let me know. There's no hurry. Read through the example. If you get any doubts, please ask. Read the example. Any example that you want to share, let me know. Done? All right, perfect. So let's move ahead. Remember these concepts are whenever we will see advanced concepts relating to this, remember these basics. So this is unit of measurement. Next, moving on. So you will see two concepts. So these are basically references of profit. Okay. Now profit could be a markup. It could also be a margin. Now when I use the term markup, it is a percentage which is applied on cost. Okay. Markup percentage is applied on cost and margin percentage is applied on selling price. Always remember that. Okay. Now, look at these simple examples and you tell me the answer to this. So, and this concept which we're going to discuss here, this will be useful not just for profit calculation, but for a variety of other things also. Okay, we are discussing this with a simple, relatable concept at this point. But as we progress ahead in our syllabus, we will be applying this same concept, what we are studying here, in a lot of different ways. So be very, very clear on it. And I'm telling you, this will be useful not just in your FM classes, but in a lot of your topics, not just restricted to finance. Like literally, I developed this when I was studying for my CPT, like CA entry level exams, and I till date use it. So it's been so many years, and I find it useful not just in my, I mean, coaching, just in my work experience also. I found it very, very useful. So let's take a look at some of these examples, and you'll understand what I want to teach you. So let's say the cost is $100, markup is 20%. So what is the selling price? Quickly, fastest fingers first, very simple question. Cost is given to you, markup is given to you, markup percentage applies on cost only, and markup is given to you. What is the selling price? 120? Correct? So yes, the answer is right. So markup is 20, selling price will be 100 plus 20. Or another way, ideally like now how you should start solving is, see how did I get this 120? It is 100 plus 100 into 20%. Everyone please pay attention here. So what is the selling price? Yes, all of you got it right. 100 plus 20. How did I get this 20? 100 into 20%. So can I say this 120 is nothing but 100 plus 100 into 20%? So again, keep this 100 outside the bracket as a common number. And in the bracket, I can write 1 plus 20%. So going forward, this is the approach you're going to be using. You do not calculate markup first, then you arrive at selling price. You directly do 100 into 1 plus 20%. You directly do 100 into 1 plus 20%. Okay. Similarly, let's try this question. Selling price is 100, margin is 20%. What is the cost? Very fast. Tell me the answer. What is the cost? 80. Margin as a percentage applies on selling price only. You can see it here. Margin percentage is applied on selling price. And so margin is what? 100 into 20%, that is 20. So cost will be 100 minus 20. So margin is 100 into 20%. Cost will be 100 minus 20, 80. Or other words, what you can do, 100 minus 100 into 20%. I put 100 outside the bracket, 1 minus 20%. So this is also a technique you can follow going forward. 100 into 1 minus 20%. Okay, so don't get confused going forward. Say, I'll be using this only. So this is called a factor. So basically, this 1 plus 20% or 1 plus 20% or 1.2 is one and the same, okay? 20% is what? 20 divided by 100, 0.2. So whether you call it as 1 plus 20% or you call it as 1.2, it's one and the same thing. So this 1.2 is called the factor of the percentage. When you add or subtract 1 from the percentage, it becomes the factor of it. So this is the growth factor, you can say, or the margin factor, markup factor. So whenever you add or subtract 1, it becomes the factor of the percentage. Like here, it was 1.2. Here it is 1 minus 20%, that is 0.8. 20% is what? 0.2. Percentage means divided by 100. So 1 minus 20%, that is 0.8. So you can directly calculate cost as 100 into the factor, which is 1 minus 20%. Okay. Third example. Little complicated, but not that much. Here, look at this. Selling price is 600. Selling price is 600. Markup is 32%. Calculate the markup. Be very careful. What is the question asking? Answer that only. What is the markup? Please do it. All right, let's see what you're getting. 145. Absolutely correct. And those of you who could not solve, everyone, please pay attention. A very important concept. And those of you who could solve also, we're going to be looking at a concept which we'll be using across all the concepts that we're going to learn. So please pay attention here. What you will do is, so markup as a percentage applies on what? On cost. So step one, whichever value the percentage is applied on, assume it to be 100. Whichever value the percentage is applied on, assume it to be 100. Everyone listen to this, whether you got it right or wrong, listen to this. We are going to be using this concept a lot. Simple two-step process only. So whichever value the percentage is applied on, assume it to be 100. So in this case, markup as a percentage applies on cost. So let cost be 100. Markup will be what? 130%, 32. So in that case, the selling price will be what? 132. So what you do in step 2 is use this formula. Very, very important. Given value, whatever value is given to you, divided by its representative, multiplied with the requirement. So what is the given value over here? One value was given to you, 600. So what is its representative? 132. The representative of selling price is what? In hundreds terms, 132. So given value divided by its representative, and what do I have to find out? Markup. So that's my requirement. So given value divided by the representative multiplied with the requirement. So 600 divided by 132 into 32, and you get the answer of markup, which is 145.45. Okay. So we are going to be using this formula, simple formula, given value by representative multiplied with requirement, a lot in a lot of places. Please make sure you're clear with it. Okay. Now, similarly, please try example 4 on your screen. This will be a practice of this step 1 and 2 application. Give it a try. All of you should try this time. Apply this 2 steps in this example, example 4. Do it and let me know when you're done. Please put in your answers in the chat quickly. Very good. I see a lot of you have tried. Let's check. Yes, whichever value the percentage is applied on, assume it to be 100. So let selling price. The margin as a percentage applies on selling price. So let selling price be 100. Then margin will be what? 100 into 29%. So cost will be 100 minus 29, that is 71. Now, what is the formula that you have to apply? Given value divided by representative multiplied with the requirement. So what is the given value? 600. What is its representative? 71. What is the requirement? Requirement is selling price. So that is 100. So the answer will be 600 divided by 71, which is its representative, multiplied by the requirement, which is 100. Okay. So yes, all of you got it right. I hope you will now remember this concept called divided by representative multiplied with requirement. Remember it in this form because a lot of times you will be using this as it is. So very useful. Okay. This one. Which one? Can you tell me the cell reference? Tell me the cell reference. I'll open up that link. Sure. Or this one. Simple. 100 into 1 plus 20%. And how it is derived? Simple. 100 plus 100 into 20%. So you can put this 100 outside the bracket and into 1 plus 20%. This is how I've derived this. Okay, and simple here also. 100 into 1 minus 20%. Done. Now, balance sheet and P&L. Next building block. Everyone, please pay attention. Again, a very basic thing, but very useful. So I want your concepts to be clear over here. So this is how a standard T-form balance sheet looks like. It's a very simple balance sheet format, not corresponding to what the IFRS says, but yes, the essence of a balance sheet in a T-form balance sheet, right? So we have the equity share capital on the left-hand side, reserves and surplus, debt, and current liabilities. This is a standard layout. And you have got the non-current assets and the current assets on the right-hand side of the balance sheet. Simple. We are all aware of this. Now, when the question asks you about capital employed, it means both equity and debt. It means both equity and debt. So, equity plus debt, basically, when I say equity, you have to understand it is equity share capital plus reserves and surplus. Always. Equity is equity share capital plus reserves and surplus. So can I say this part, the highlighted part, represents capital employed? This highlighted part represents capital employed, yes? So can I also say this equity plus debt is also equals to total assets minus current liabilities? Both sides of the balance sheet have to tally. Can I say equity plus debt is equals to total assets minus current liabilities? Yes? Now, can I also say, I'm just breaking down the statement, okay? Total assets are what? Non-current assets plus current assets. So total assets are non-current assets plus current assets minus current liabilities. Therefore, can I also say capital employed is non-current assets plus working capital? Ma'am, what is working capital? Current assets minus current liabilities. This is the formula for working capital. So capital employed can be written as equity plus debt. It can also be written as non-current assets plus working capital. You have the derivation in front of you. It's derived from a simple T form balance sheet. You can see that both the sides of the balance sheet have to tally, right? So it is derived from the same concept here. Equity plus debt can also be written as total assets minus current liabilities. And that is how we arrive at non-current assets plus working capital as the formula for capital employed. And equity is what? Equity share capital plus reserves and surplus. And it can also be written as total assets minus all liabilities. Basically, current liabilities also and non-current liabilities also. So this is known as net assets or net worth. So net assets means equity or net worth also means equity. Simple concept, but remember the terminology. Please take a look at it. Any doubt, please ask. If you're done, let me know. We'll move ahead and discuss about the P&L part. This is a simple derivation from the balance sheet, which we are going to be using a lot, as in the terms like capital employed and equity, working capital. So make sure you're clear with it. Yes, working capital is current assets minus current liabilities. Correct. Done. All right, let's move ahead then. So this is a simple balance sheet. Now, two types of P&L that you should be aware of. One is the costing P&L, and the other one is the financial P&L. Now, both of these P&Ls should be like imprinted in your mind. Okay. The costing P&L is very simple. Sales, which is, let's say, $100. These are all imaginary numbers. Okay. Sales, let's say $100. Variable cost is, let's say, 60. Now, ma'am, what is variable cost? Costs which change with every unit of production. So that's called a variable cost. So you have sales and then you have variable cost. When you deduct variable cost from sales, you get contribution. Okay. And when you deduct fixed cost out of it, ma'am, what is fixed cost? Cost which remains same, the fixed, irrespective of the level of production. So that's called fixed cost. Now, when you deduct fixed cost from contribution, you get profit. So very simple, sales minus variable cost is contribution. Contribution minus fixed cost gives you profit. Simple P&L. Now comes in financial P&L. Make sure this is like, as I said, tattooed in your mind. Remember this. We're going to be using it a lot. So let's say your sales are 100. You deduct operating expenses. Now, normally speaking, operating expenses include depreciation. Operating expenses include depreciation. So whenever the term operating expenses is used generally, it means this operating expenses include depreciation unless otherwise stated. So you have the sales and then you deduct operating expenses. Let's say first, excluding depreciation, you get operating cash flow. Okay. And why cash flow? Because other operating expenses will be generally cash in nature. Depreciation is a non-cash expense. So you get operating cash flow. From it, you deduct depreciation, you get operating profit. Now you are in finance, you should clearly know the difference between cash flow and profit. So cash flow is cash, profit is after accounting entries. So if you deduct depreciation, you will get operating profit. Now operating profit is also called earnings before interest and tax, because interest is a finance expense. So what you calculate is operating profit when you deduct all the operating costs. Okay, so you get operating profit. What is the other term for operating profit? Earnings or profit before interest and tax. So sometimes it is called EBIT. It is also called PBIT. PBIT is what? Profit before interest and tax. Okay. So you get operating profit. How do you get operating profit? Sales minus all the operating expenses. And you get operating profit. Now from operating profit, if you deduct interest or finance cost, one and the same thing. So let's say $10 and you get PBT, profit before tax. Okay. So what are we talking about? You start with the sales. You deduct all the operating expenses, excluding depreciation. You get operating cash flow. From operating cash flow, you deduct depreciation. Depreciation is an operating expense, but it is a non-cash. I'll write it down here. Depreciation is a non-cash operating expense. Okay. Depreciation is a non-cash operating expense. So once you deduct depreciation, you get operating profit, and it is also known as earnings before interest and tax, or profit before interest and tax, PBIT in short. Then when you deduct interest from it, you get profit before. Okay. Interest is a tax deductible expense. Ma'am, what do you mean by that? That is, the tax laws allow interest to be deducted to calculate the profits on which tax percentage is applied. So you get interest or finance cost. So you will arrive at PBT, profit before tax. You calculate tax. So tax always applies on PBT. Okay. So 30 into 30%, $9. So you get profit after tax. Now, once profit after tax has been calculated, you will deduct dividends, be it preference dividend or be it equity dividends. These are not tax deductible. Dividends are appropriation of profits. That is distribution of profit. Dividends, whether they are equity or dividend, they are appropriations of profits. They are not tax deductible. Dividends are appropriation of profit. They are not tax deductible. So that is why they are deducted after taxes has been calculated. So from profit after tax, you deduct preference dividend. Ma'am, what is preference dividend? Dividend paid to preference shareholders. So there are two types of shareholders, equity shareholders and preference shareholders. Dividends paid to preference shareholders are first deducted. So you get profit available for equity shareholders, and from it you deduct equity dividend and you arrive at retained earnings. This is called retained earnings. It will be added to reserves and surplus. Okay. So this is the financial P&L format. Everyone, please go through both of them. So this is a very simple costing P&L used by management. This is financial P&L, which will be used for financial management purposes. Please take a look at it. Any doubt, let me know. Go through it in detail. Go slow, no hurry. Go through each line item. Anything that you're not understanding, please ask. Yes, sales after deducting variable cost is called contribution. So depreciation, simple, Kunal, it is an operating expense. Depreciation is, what is depreciation? It is an allocation of the cost of an asset over its useful life. Depreciation is a systematic allocation of cost of an asset over its useful life. Cost is incurred when the asset is purchased. It is allocated over the useful life of the asset. Okay. So depreciation is an operating expense. It is a non-cash. Cash flow happened when I purchased the asset. Depreciation is simply an allocation of that cost over its useful life. So it is an operating expense, but it is a non-cash expense. Just remember that. I will use this concept later on. So depreciation I deduct, I get operating profit or EBIT. Okay. Pooja says, why are we not taking gross profit in this financial P&L? You can calculate gross profit, but gross profit will not be very useful from our subject point of view. That's why we will stick to this format. We can first insert one more line item, deduct COGS, and then, like that we can do it, but not very important from our subject point of view. This will be relevant. Okay. Ikra says, what does contribution actually means? Contribution, that only that what is the sales that you made, from it you deduct the variable cost because this cost got incurred directly to make or make that sale happen. So contribution is sales minus variable cost. After deducting all the costs relevant to make the sales directly, you get contribution and fixed costs, which will be incurred irrespective of the level of sales. When you deduct that, you get profits. Go through the numbers and try to please memorize this format. Very, very important for a lot of our discussions coming up ahead. Go through it. And if you are done, let me know, then we will move ahead to the next topic. All right, so if this is done, remember it, like the balance sheet also and the P&L format. Let's move to the next sheet that I want to discuss. Now, compounded average growth, very important concept in finance, CAGR. What is CAGR? Compounded average growth rates. CAGR is compounded average growth rates. Okay, remember this. Now let's talk about its relevance here. So let's say you are given with dividends. Okay, so let's say the company paid a dividend of $100 in year one, and year two it paid a dividend of 108. Year 3, it paid a dividend of 112. Year 4, it paid a dividend of 125. Okay. Now, if I asked you what is the growth in dividend in year 2, what would you say? What is the growth? See, generally, now everyone please pay attention. This is also something, it's very basic thing, but again, students get confused here. So if I ask you what is the growth in dividend in year 2, how would you calculate? 108 minus 108, and then this 8 divided by 100. Right? In percentage terms, this is how you will calculate, or simply how you can calculate this. Now, how did I get this 8%? Everyone, please pay attention. How did I get this? I got it as 108 minus 100. Please pay attention. This $8 divided by 100. Can I say that? This 8% is nothing but 108 minus 100 divided by 100. Can I write it as 108 by 100 minus 100 by 100? Simple class 5 maths. Yes or no? Can I write this? I can write down the value outside the bracket like this. 108 by 100 minus 100 by 100. Can I write it as 108 by 100 minus 1? 100 by 100 is what? 1 only? Yes. So, this is what I've done over here. 108 by 100 minus 1. Going forward, whenever you calculate growth, this is the way you are going to be doing it. You could have calculated in 2 steps. Going forward, we follow just this simple formula. 108 by 100 minus done. So going forward, this is the formula we are going to be following to calculate growth. 108 by 100 minus 1. Similarly, if I asked you what is the growth which happened in year 3, how would you have calculated? Simple. 112 by 108 minus 1. This is the percentage growth. So I got an 8% growth in year 2 and a 3.7% growth in year 3. Similarly, what is the growth which happened in year 4? 125 by 112 minus 1. That is 11.6% growth. If the question asks you, what is the simple average growth which happened across all these 4 years? Okay, or actually 3 years that the growth has happened. Once from year 1 to 2, then year 2 to 3, and then year 3 to 4. So the growth has happened thrice. So what is the average growth that has happened? I can simply calculate this average. You can use this formula in practice platform also. It will work in exam. The average formula. So equals average and select all the percentages. So this is the simple average growth which has happened. Unfortunately, this is not what the questions will ask you. They will not ask you simple averages. You will be asked to calculate, however, CAGR, which is the compounded average growth rate. So how do you calculate compounded average growth rate? Please take a look at this. Simple. 125 by 100, like we have done over here also. However, this growth has happened over 3 years. So what I do, this is raised to the power, okay? In Excel, how do you apply raised to the power? By pressing this. On your laptop, you will have to press Shift and 6 together to get it. So 125 by 100, like we have done earlier also, raised to the power of 1 by 3. Raised to the power of 1 by 3 and minus 1 is there here as well. So this part becomes extra. Why? Because we are calculating the average growth rate over 3 years. So this growth has happened over 3 years. So I remove the effect of it by doing raised to the power. This is raised to the power of 1 by 3. Please take a look at the formula. Take your time. Let me know if it is fine. I'm just using this formula here, what I told you, except it's just that it's for 3 years average. Take a look at it. Let me know if it's fine. So minus 1. See here also I did minus 1 now. Look at this. 8%. How did I derive this? 108 minus 100 divided by 100. I broke it down. 108 by 100 minus 100 by 100. So what did I write? 108 by 100 minus 1. Okay, what is this 1? 100 by 100 is 1 only. So I'm just writing this as minus 1. Now I did not need to do any raise to the power thing. Why? Because this was for 1 year only. So I did not have to do anything. Now when I'm calculating, see, when you calculate average, okay, listen to this. When I do average, what do I do? 8% plus 3.10% plus 11.6%. And I divide all of this by 3. I divided by 3, which is what? Can I also say it is into 1 by 3? Same thing only. So when I'm finding out simple average, I do this into 1 by 3. Now, when I am doing compounded average, instead of dividing by 3, these numbers, I put it in power. I put this in power. So in in your laptop, you will need to press Shift and 6 together to get this raised to the power function. So raised to the power of 1 by 3. So instead of dividing these numbers by 3, I'm doing it in power here. And minus 1 is same reason what I taught you. Okay, this growth from 100 to 125 has happened. This growth which I'm calculating here, 125 by 100, this growth has happened over 3 years. So I am averaging it out by raising it to the power of 1 by 3. Minus 1 is common as what I did over here also in this explanation. In all these averages I calculated, see, I did minus 1. 112 by 108 minus 1. Here also 125 by 112 minus 1. So I did not have to do any other adjustment because these were yearly growths. Now when I have to calculate compounded average growth, I do raise to the power of 1 by 3. Is it clear now, everyone? Minus 1 is this explanation. Simple. 100 by 100 becomes 1 only. Take your time. Let me know. If it is fine, then we'll move ahead. Yeah. All right. So remember this concept, huh? Very, very important. Like why of it is getting answered here. Like why is this formula there? So which we'll be using this calculation a lot. So you can verify also. If I apply this 7.7% growth, look at this. 100 is the first year dividend. I apply this growth here. 102, 1 plus 7.7%. See, I told you now, this factor you can make from a percentage. So 1 plus 7.7, I am multiplying here. I get year two's expected dividend. Then again, 108 into 1 plus 7.7%. That is the factor of the growth factor, you can say. So 108 into the growth factor, and again 116 into the growth factor, and see 125, and it is matching with what the dividend actually was. So this is a correct calculation. You can verify also. All right. So that was CAGR calculation. Next. So this one sheet is there. Like this is gonna be like super, super helpful for you in exam. Like all the formula which you are gonna be seeing in your curriculum. It's a master sheet of all of those formula. Like if given here and literally everything, the smallest of the formula is appearing over here. Okay. So I'll just scroll down. Don't get afraid of so many formula that you're going to study in this course. You're going to be learning it gradually and with practical examples. So it will all start coming to you naturally. But yes, this sheet is super helpful for you to revise just the time before you are entering the exam hall. A quick revision of every formula that you're going to look at in this syllabus. Everything is here. It's a master sheet, which will be super helpful for you. And I'll share across this with you. And yes, I will share across this entire workbook with you. All of these sheets which we are discussing in the class, you will be able to get them. But yes, mark this as super important. Can you please repeat the verification? Sure, I'll show you the verification part again. You can see what I'm doing is I'm using this 7.7% growth rate. I'm using this 7.7% growth rate. So this was my initial year dividend. Look at this, I'll delete it and show you. So this was my initial year dividend. I apply this growth percentage, the growth factor, like I was telling you sometime back when I told you the margin factor or the markup factor. So same concept, 1 plus 7.7%, I get 108. On this 108, again, I apply this annual growth rate. See, this is annual, huh? 7.7% is annual average growth rate. So 116, and see how it is now matching with the final number, which I'm getting here, 125. This shows that the calculation of growth rate is correct. This 125 is matching exactly with what I'm getting over here. Is it clear, Anushka? Simple average is simple. I'm just averaging out all the growths which I got, or the way you would have done growths, or I mean, some averages earlier. You sum up all the numbers and you do divided by the number of values that you are using. So here I've got 3 values, so I'm dividing it by 3. Either you use the average formula, it's the same result that you're getting. So either you use the average function or you calculate it the usual way. Okay. So yes, this formula sheet, today if you try to go through all these formulas, it will look very overwhelming for you. But don't worry, don't try to do it all today itself. As we gradually progress into the chapters, all of these formula will start. See, for example, this capital employed thing only. Today we discussed it, right? So capital employed is what? Debt plus equity. Or you can say it as non-current assets plus working capital. But you know why non-current assets plus working capital now, right? So in the same way, all these concepts you will keep on learning in the chapters and you will understand the whys of it. So remembering these formula will be quite simple. All right, moving on. Next, what I want to discuss with you is share price concept. And this is specifically for your FM paper. You might know it, you might not know it, but let's understand that you need to know it for the FM paper. So there is this term called come in X. Okay, come dividend, come interest, X dividend, X interest. So you will keep on hearing these terms. So it's very important to understand the meaning of it. So come dividend is inclusive of dividend. Okay, so come dividend price means this is the share price when dividend has been announced. This is the share price when dividend has been announced but not paid. So the share price trades at the value including dividend. Come as a word means including. So this is the share price when dividend has been announced but not paid. So investors who buy shares at this price are entitled to receive the declared dividend. So if you are purchasing a share at its cum dividend value, you will soon receive the dividend. And once the dividend has been paid, the share starts trading on its ex-dividend price. So ex-dividend means excluding dividend. So this is the share price after dividend payment has been made. Investors who buy shares at this price are not entitled to the dividend declared just now. Future dividends, yes, you will be entitled to get. But currently, this price is after dividend. So for example, let's say BPCL ex-dividend price is 400 rupees. Dividend announced is 30 rupees. So at the moment, and this is how the share markets react. So the moment this dividend is announced, 30 rupees, the shares will start trading at 430 rupees. So now anyone who purchases this share, they will have to pay 430 rupees. And once the declared dividend is paid, 30 rupees they will receive in their bank account and the share will start trading ex-dividend. So this, why does this happen? Why does the share price increase or decrease by the movement of dividend? So that all the investors are given a fair treatment. And how that happens? Take a look here. So net cost for, let's say there are two investors, Mr. A and Mr. B. Mr. A was holding the shares from before the dividend announcement. Okay, before this dividend was announced, this is the price he would have paid because he was holding the shares from before. So he was paying, he had paid $400 rupees. Mr. B purchases shares post dividend announcement. So what did I tell you? Once the dividend announcement is done, the shares will start trading at what price? 430. And once the dividends are paid, so they paid actually 430, they will receive 30 rupees in their bank account. What is their net cost? Mr. B purchases shares post dividend announcement. So what is the net cost? 430 minus 30, 400. And you will see that because of this, so ex-dividend and cum dividend share pricing ensures that investors are at par, whether they are holding the shares from before or they are holding the shares post dividend announcement, all of them should be at par. See, think about it. If this did not happen, if the share price did not increase by the amount of dividend, once the announcement has been made, let's say it remained the same, 400, what will happen? A new investor will buy the share at 400. Now the dividend announcement is done. It is confirmed that a 30 rupees dividend will be paid on the stock. Do you realize if the shares did not trend come dividend, their net costing will be what? 400 minus 30, 370. So don't you think the investor who was holding the shares from before, he will feel that, okay, I'm stupid. I have a net costing of 400 and someone who purchased the shares today after the dividend announcement, their net costing will be what? 370 only. Ma'am, why so? Today, this new investor will pay 400, 30 rupees. They will just get in a few days once the dividend which has been declared will be paid. So their net costing will come down to 370. Is this fair treatment of the shareholders? No. So therefore, the shares trade at some dividend price once the dividends are declared but not paid. Once the dividend gets paid, again the shares, look at this, look at this. Once the dividend is paid to the shareholders holding the shares on the record date. Ma'am, what do you mean by the record date? That is the cutoff date by when you will be eligible to get the dividend. So once the dividend is paid to the shareholders holding the shares on the record date, that is the cutoff date, the share price drops by the amount of dividend. So BPCL X dividend again will become 430 minus 30, that is 400. Please look at this note and this example, read through it. Any doubt, let me know. Very, very important concept, and why it happens also. I hope it is now clear to you, to avoid any type of unfair treatment. Please go through it. So simple concept. Cutoff date. I'll tell you. So I'm repeating the concept. Everyone, please pay attention. How this works practically also. And this is something you will observe in the markets. You can track any share which pays dividend. So BPCL is actually Bharat Petroleum is actually a share which pays dividend. So if you track it over a few days, like once the dividend announcements, so every quarter it will pay some dividend every quarter and every 6 months. You will see this happening in the market or any stock for that matter which pays dividend. You can see this happening, and I'll tell you what. So normally, so let's say nothing is announced, so everything is going normally. The share will trade at their ex dividend price. Now, why it is called ex dividend? Because it does not include the value of dividend. Okay. So this is their ex dividend price. Let's say today is 7th March, and the company announces that okay, it will be paying a dividend of 30 rupees for every share. Okay, dividend announced is 30 rupees. Now, immediately what happens? The stock price will increase to 430 rupees. Immediately. As the announcement comes in, stock will adjust itself and it will become 430 rupees. Now, anyone who purchases the stock today after the announcement, they will have to pay 430 to purchase the stock. Okay. And once, let's say, dividend announcement is done, and how the dividend announcement is done, see, that up to, let's say, 12th of March, whoever is holding the shares will get the dividend. So this 12th March becomes the record date or the cutoff date, that whoever is appearing in the register of shareholders as on 12th March will get the dividend. That's the concept of cutoff date. I'm announcing it today. Let's say I'm BPCL. I'm making the announcement today that dividend of 30 rupees will be paid to all the shareholders whose name appear in the register of shareholders on 12th March. 12th March being the cutoff date. So until 12th March, my share will trade at 430 rupees, because whoever purchases it during this period will be able to get the dividend on the stock. On 12th March, that is once the cutoff date is gone, any new investor will not get the dividend. So on 12th March, immediately what will happen? This is, automatic adjustment in the share price. Once the cutoff date is gone, the share price immediately will again become 400. Okay, I'm assuming no other changes in the share price other than the changes of dividend. Otherwise, every day every moment the stock price keeps fluctuating. But I'm assuming everything else remaining the same. Only the adjustment of dividend is happening. So on the record date, again the share price will come back to 400. Ma'am, why so? Because now if you purchase the share, you won't get dividend. In the future, you will get, but this dividend, which was announced on 7th March, you can't get. So that is the concept of ex dividend and cum dividend. Now, why this happens is because once an investor purchases the shares, they will get back the dividend, reducing their net cost. So, to keep these new investors at par with someone who was holding the shares from before, who had a costing of 400, they remain at par. This adjustment is done. Yeah, Mr. A, he was holding the shares from before, so therefore his cost was 400 only. Mr. B purchased the shares post dividend announcement, so he paid 430, but immediately, like after 12th March, he will get 30 rupees in his bank account. So his net cost will also become 430 minus 30. Yes, correct. Nabil, correct. What you've written is fine. Is it clear now, all of you, those who are getting a doubt in this concept? You're understanding fair treatment of investors. Otherwise, old investors will feel that they are stupid to be holding the shares from before, because new investors' cost will be less if this automatic adjustment doesn't happen. Okay. Now, similar to this concept called cum dividend and ex dividend share price, we also have cum rights and ex rights share price. Okay. Now, what is that? What is a rights share? Anyone knows what a rights shares is? What is a rights share? You might have done it in your class 11, 12 commerce classes. So rights. Now I am an existing shareholder. Please listen to me carefully. I am an existing shareholder of a company. Okay. I am holding 10% of the company. And now the company comes out with a fresh issuance of equity shares. If I am not offered to purchase those shares and those shares are issued out to new investors, do you realize my shareholding will come down because new shares were issued? Base is increasing, so my shareholding percentage will come down. Number of shares are same. My number of shares holding is same, but the total base, let's say total number of shares of the company is 1,000. I am holding shares held by A is 100. So A's shareholding is what? 10%. The company issues out existing new 200 shares. And all of these 200 shares are offered to some new investor. So my shares remain the same 100. Okay. I don't get any new shares out of the new issuance. So my new share, total shares held by me will be same 100. I got 0 from the new issuance. So what is my shareholding now? My shareholding is now what? 8%? Don't you think the existing shareholders could be put in a disadvantageous position by issuing new shares? If the company keeps on issuing new shares to new shareholders, the existing shareholders keep on losing their percentage holding and therefore their control in the company. Right? So A's shareholding reduced without anything that they did. Without any of their actions, their shareholding or control in the company reduced. So to avoid this, company's law states that any new issuance of shares have to be first offered to the existing shareholders. Any new issuance of shares have to be first offered. So out of this 200, without rights issue and with rights issue. So what will happen when a rights issue is done? The existing shareholders will be offered same percentage of shares. So basically 200 out of the 200 newly issued shares, 10% will be offered to them. And see, when these shares are taken up by A, accordingly, their shareholding remains intact. Are you getting the point? So this ensures fair and equitable treatment of the shareholders. So with rights issue, the shareholding percentage or the control of the investor does not go away. So what is rights issue? Now look at the explanation. A rights share is an additional share offered by a company to its existing shareholders. Why offered to the existing shareholders? Now you know the reason behind it. So rights share is an additional share offered by a company to its existing shareholders, giving them the opportunity to buy more shares. Now, this is an offer. This is not an order. Company cannot order their shareholder that, okay, you have to purchase the shares. It's an offer. You want to take it or leave it. No problem. But you will be offered the opportunity to buy more shares at a discounted price compared to the market price. Now, this rights issue, it is always done at a discount. Whatever the discount percentage, that could vary from company to company. But generally, the new shares are offered to the existing shareholders at a discount. Okay. So rights share is an additional share offered by a company to its existing shareholders, giving them the opportunity to buy more shares at a discounted price compared to the market price. Okay. Now, think about it. Do you realize this is the benefit? You, as an existing shareholder, will get new shares at a discounted price. There is a benefit involved in it. So, what happens? Share prices also react to this. Share prices also react to this. And there comes in the concept of cum rights and ex rights. Okay. So, cum rights. This is the share price before the rights issue is completed. Investors holding shares are entitled to subscribe to additional shares at a discounted price during a rights issue. So those who hold the shares at their cum rights price, they can subscribe to the additional shares at a discounted price during a rights issue. And X rights, this is the share price after the rights issue. So once the rights issue is completed, okay, once the rights shares are offered to the existing shareholders, once that process is complete, just like dividend payment process was complete and the price is adjusted, in the same way, once the rights issue process is complete, the share price adjusts downwards. So this is the share price after the rights issue. The price adjusts downwards to reflect the dilution caused by the issuance of additional shares at a discount. Okay. So just like we have cum dividend and ex dividend, we also have cum rights and ex rights. Cum rights is the share price before the rights issue. It includes the benefit due to rights issue. And ex rights is once the rights issue process is complete, the price will come down again. Because new investors, they will not be able to get the new shares at a discounted price. Okay, so what is cum rights? Price including the rights benefit, and ex rights is after that benefit has been closed. Look at this example, you will understand how the price adjustment happens. So a company announces a 1-for-4 rights issue. Ma'am, what do you mean by 1-for-4 rights issue? That is, for every 4 shares that you are holding, you are eligible. You're not forced you are eligible to buy one share at a discounted price. Okay? No. So I'm talking about Mr. A in here, Vipul, specifically. So all these 200 shares will be offered to the existing shareholders. All of these. Mr. A will be offered 20 shares. Okay, so that their shareholding remains intact. All of these 200 will be offered to the existing shareholders. I'm talking about Mr. A. They will just get 20 shares. All right, so company announces a 1 for 4 rights issue, allowing shareholders to buy. Look at the interpretation I've given here. Allowing. It's not an order. You can take it or leave it. Allowing shareholders to buy one share for every 4 shares they hold at $40. While the cum rights price is $50. Existing shareholding is what? $40. And the cum rights price is $50. That is, if you purchase the share today, the cum rights price is $50. Whereas they can purchase the rights shares at just $40. Please understand it. Read the statement again. A company announces a 1 for 4 rights issue, allowing shareholders to buy one share for every 4 shares they hold. At what price can they purchase this one new share? At $40. While everyone in the market can purchase this new share at $50. So, question is asking you to calculate the X rights price. So, let's see how this will be impacting the X rights price. The original shares are what? 4 shares. For every 4 shares that this person is holding, they will get one new share. Now, what is the price of the existing 4 shares? $50. But the new one share that they will get will be at $40. A discount. There is a discount here, 20% discount. Now, what is the weight here? Out of a portfolio of 5 shares, what is the weight of the existing shares? 4 by 5. And what is the weight of the right shares? 1 by 5. So I will need to calculate the weighted cost. So what I do, $50 has a weight of 80%. So 50 into 80%. And this one is 40 into 20%. So the total becomes 48. This is going to be the X rights price. So once the rights process is completed, the share will again start trading at $48. Ma'am, why did this happen? Why did the share lose its value? Because the benefit of the rights is gone now. Okay? Ma'am, why is the effect just of $2? Visually, I can see there is a benefit of $10, but please understand, this benefit of $10, this is getting spread across 4 shares. For every 4 share, you get a benefit of applying one new share. So that is why you arrive at a weighted cost at the next rights price of $48. Take your time, read the example again and see the calculation. Let me know if you get any now. Why rights issue is done, that is clear, fundamental concept. But now how the calculation is done, X rights price, please take a look at it. So weighted cost is simple. Let me give you a simple example. Then I'll again come back to this. So normally, how do you calculate your average price? So 50, and let's say you're calculating the simple average of 50 and 40. So what is the average price? 45. This is a simple average. Now, what is the weighted average? Now, I tell you the weight of this $50 share price in a portfolio is 80%. And the weight, that is 80% of my portfolio, I have purchased at $50. 80% of the shares which I have in my portfolio, I have purchased it at $50. 20% I'm getting at $40. So I can't say that my average costing of the portfolio is $45. Can I say that? When I know that 80% got purchased at 50, only 20% I got at 40. So what is the weighted average? Weighted average will be 50 into 80%. And this, I sum it up and you see the average costing is coming higher. Why? Because 80% of the portfolio I purchased at 50, 20% at 40. Is it clear? So this is the difference between simple average and weighted average. Simple average of these prices is 50 and 40, 45. This is a weighted average. Cost of one share, effective cost per share in my portfolio is now 48. I purchased 80% of the shares at 50 and 20% of the shares at 40. So the per share cost in my portfolio is 48. And this weighted average now we are going to be using a lot in a lot many cases also. So this is the concept of weighted cost. This is the weighted average cost of my portfolio. Yes, that's what we have done. So Pratik, that's what we have done. Prajita says, if I buy one share, then how much to pay? See, I'm holding 4 shares, Aprajita. Then I'm eligible to apply for one new share at $40. So the rights price that I will be paying is 40 only. It's just to find out the weighted average. I'm doing this calculation. The price I will pay to get the new rights share will be 40. The price of the existing shares that I need to be holding to get this new share at a discounted price is 4 into 50. Understood now? So this is how you calculate weighted averages. Now, similarly, so we saw cum dividend, ex dividend. We saw cum rights and ex rights. Similarly, we also have cum bonus and ex bonus share prices. Cum bonus and ex bonus share prices. So what is a bonus share? Please understand the difference between rights share and bonus share. Rights share is not a free share. You pay some price, you pay a discounted price, but you pay a price. Like in this case, in this example, I paid $40 to get that new share. Although the market price was 50, I paid 40. Because I was an existing shareholder, I was holding 4 shares. I got a new share at a discounted price. Bonus shares are free shares. The company does not take anything from you. So a bonus share is a free share issued by a company to its existing shareholders in proportion to their current shareholding. Just like you got the rights issue in a certain proportion, bonus shares are also given to the existing shareholders in a certain proportion which is decided by the company. So a bonus share is a free share issued by a company to its existing shareholders in proportion to their current shareholding. Bonus shares are distributed from the company's accumulated profits and do not involve any cash transaction from the shareholders. Okay, there is no cash which the shareholders have to pay to get the new shares. Okay, so bonus share is a free share issued by a company to its existing shareholders in proportion to their current shareholding. Bonus shares are distributed from the company's accumulated profits. Ma'am, what do you mean by this? It's basically whatever. So there are two ways in which the company can distribute its profits to the shareholders. One is through cash dividend, the other one is through bonus. So you are literally distributing the profits that you have in the form of giving free shares to the investors. So bonus shares are distributed from the company's accumulated profits and do not involve any cash transaction from the shareholder. So the entry which is passed upon issuing bonus shares, so instead of bank account debit to equity share capital account, the entry which is passed is reserves and surplus account debit to equity share capital account. So what is the entry which is passed? Reserves and surplus account debit to equity share capital. Bonus issue is also known as capitalization of reserves. Bonus issue is also known as capitalization of reserves. Bonus shares are also known as scrip dividend. Ma'am, why is it called capitalization of reserve? You can see your reserves and surplus got debited and instead equity share account got credited. That is why reserves and issuance of bonus is called capitalization of reserves, and bonus shares are also known as scrip dividend. So I told you there is cash dividend. Cash dividend is your normal dividend which the company pays. Company can also distribute its profits in the form of bonus shares, and that is why bonus shares are called scrip dividend. Okay. Please go through it. Go through the note. Any doubt, let me know. Go through this note. Then we'll move to the calculation also. Done? Okay, I see a group question. Could you please show me the form for weighted cost? Sure. Simple. So what I did is, Priyanka, 50 into 80% and 40 into 20%. And then I added up the numbers. Ikra, so the link to join the class will be available on your LMS. Okay. You'll get a direct link over there. Other than that, there is no group as such for the students. But yes, if you want to create a group amongst yourselves, you can do that. But as from VGLD side, we just have one channel for communication. I'm not part of any of the groups. If you want to create among yourselves as a student, just as a self-study group, you can do that. A link of joining the class will be available on your LMS. From where did you get 80% and 20%? So 80% is basically 80% is basically 4 shares you were holding out of a portfolio of 5 shares at a cost of $50. That is what 80% is. 4 by 5, 80%, and 1 by 5, 20%. Yes, Ikra, so you can create a group among yourselves. So if you want, any one of you can circulate a group link and all of you can join there. Is it clear now? Can I move ahead? Okay. All right. Let's take a look at a question here. Remember these terms, huh? Capitalization of reserves and scrip dividend. Yes, so Nabil has shared a link. So if anyone of you wants to join it as a self-study group, you can join there. All right. So come bonus. Come bonus is what? Same concept as we have been studying till now. Come bonus is the price of the share, including the benefit of bonus. That is free share. And X bonus is once the bonus part is closed by the company, the share starts trading at the normal price, which is called the X bonus price. So the downward adjusted price is called the X bonus price. So the main purpose of issuing bonus shares. So, ma'am, why does a company issue bonus share? That could be a question in your mind. So the main purpose is to enhance the marketability of shares. See, when the number of shares increase and price will be adjusted downwards, we will see how that adjustment happens. So once the price adjusts downwards, it becomes more liquid because less money is required to buy the company's shares. So the number of shares increase, share price comes down. So this improves the liquidity of the share. So the main purpose is to enhance the marketability of shares by increasing their number and reducing their price, fostering a more active secondary market. Ma'am, what do you mean by secondary market? That is where buyers and sellers keep buying and selling shares to each other. So when the company issues shares to the shareholders, it's called the primary market. When traders purchase and sell shares among themselves, it's called the secondary market. So why is bonus shares issued by a company? It is to enhance the marketability of shares by increasing the number of shares and reducing their prices. So give this one an example a try. If you understood the rights issue X rights price calculation, you will be able to solve this one question also. A company announces a 1-for-2 bonus issue while the cum bonus price is $90. Calculate X bonus price. I'll give you 2 minutes. Try this answer on your own. Try to do it. So that's what we are doing now. Cum rights price is the price that you paid. So you're actually finding out the total instead of finding out the weights. Supratik. Okay, so Anirban has a doubt. So Anirban, instead of finding out the weights, I'm finding out the total values. So that is also fine. So one way is you use the weights. Now these weights are based on the number of shares, or what you can do is multiply the number of shares with their prices, find the composite value, and then find out its average. So one and the same thing. Mathematically only it is working. Vipul, so all of these notes, once the chapter is complete, now I'll keep on uploading chapter wise. You will get the notes on your LMS. And yes, Kunal has also sent in option of class notes. You will be able to download them from there. Okay, so Pratika sent in the answer to this example. Everyone, please send in your answers quickly. Sixty. All right, let's check. Very good. That is the correct answer. So same way. So out of a portfolio, like when you were holding two shares, you get the option to get one new share at a zero cost. So original shares are two, bonus shares are one. So total becomes three. Now the weight of this two shares is 67% in a portfolio of three shares, and this free share is 33. So cost of this is 90. Now weighted cost will be what? 90 into 67%, 0 into 33% is 0 only. So the X bonus price becomes 60. So very good. Both of you got it right. Others, I hope it is clear. Please let me know if it's fine. Is the calculation clear to you all? Clear. So that was about X dividend, cum dividend, X rights, cum right, X bonus, cum bonus concept. In the meanwhile, can you please quickly check? So I uploaded orientation PPT on the LMS right now. Can you please check if you're able to see it on your respective LMS? Just uploaded it. D71, sure. D71. This is zero only, zero cost, because the cost of bonus shares for an investor is zero. So 0 multiplied with 33% is 0. This is 0. Okay. So Anushka, what is happening here? Company is announcing a 1-for-2 bonus issue. It means what? For every 2 shares an investor is holding, they will get 1 new share free of cost. So for these 2 shares, the cost is what? $90. Cum bonus price is $90. And this 1 new share that they're getting is free of cost. So, and this 1 new share you get only, 1 new free share you get only if you're holding 2 shares existing. So can I say in a portfolio of 3 shares, the weight of 2 shares is what? 2 by 3, 67, and 1 by 3, 67. So this is the cost of 2 shares, 90. And what is the cost of this bonus shares? 0. So 90 into 67%, 60, 0 into 33% is 0. So the weighted average cost of each share in my portfolio now is $60. Okay. And because you asked, Anirban had asked me, I think. So, ma'am, why does that formula work? Let me show you that also. So here, see, what I do, I multiply this 90 into 2. I'm not calculating the weight, I'm just calculating the total costing. So this I get is what? 180. So I can also calculate the X bonus price. So pretty like the way you were telling, as 180 by 3. I'll have to do one additional calculation here and I get 60. Understood? It's a simple mathematical derivation. Anirban, I hope it is now clear how this formula is working, and it will work for your rights also in the same way. Clear? We are going to be using this weight concept because this same tabular format I'm going to use in elsewhere calculations also. So I try to keep things standardized. So the same format you will see in different places also. Now, once you keep on seeing the same format, now it becomes very simple and something like inherent to you. You don't have to really apply your minds once you become comfortable with the format. That is why I stick to this weight calculation as I'm going to be using it elsewhere also. Okay. You will get this entire workbook, Pooja, not just this sheet or something. You will get the entire workbook. All the files which I'm using in the class, you will get them as it is. Okay, I have just uploaded the orientation file for now. Can you cross check if you're able to see it on your LMS? Those of you who can see the LMS. Yes, I also feel weighted format is actually simpler, and because we're going to be using the same format at, in different places also, it will become all the more simple. What do you want me to show again, Pooja? Which part? This is the CAGR, this is the CAGR formula. 125 by 100, simple way we calculate growth. 125 by 100 minus 1 we would have done. But because this growth is happening over 3 years, ma'am, why 3 years? Look at this. 1 to 2 once, 2 to 3 twice, and 3 to 4 thrice. So the growth has happened thrice. E18, E18, yes. Can someone please verify if you're able to see the orientation notes or not? Notes are not available. That could be because of rounding off, Pooja. I'll just show you 1 second. I'll check with the IT team why you're not able to see. None of you are able to see the notes now? Okay, I'm just making you know, raise it with the IT team. Hold on. Okay, no problem. I think notes are not available to any one of you. I've raised the issue with the IT team. They'll sync the notes. It's uploaded from my side. I think syncing is taking time for the first time. Otherwise, once the notes are uploaded now, it gets updated within seconds at the student's LMS also. Okay. So first time syncing takes time. I've raised the issue. They'll sync it, and then going forward, you'll be able to see the notes immediately. Okay. And done now. Okay. Definitely. I'll just try to get it done. Now let's take a look at the last sheet from this FM building blocks file. And these are some tips for you to handle theory questions. Very, very important. See, I see as we progress now, students, they by default start focusing more on the practical pieces and they forget that 50% marks is theory also. So I've summarized few tips from my side to help you tackle theory questions. Whenever you start reading and practicing the questions now going forward, try to observe these things in your answer, try to mark them. Really believe that when you mark the book properly, your memory gets just crystal clear. So mark the book in such a way that, okay, this is the heading, this is the explanation, highlight, underline, use as much color as you want on your books. It really, I mean, I have always been that student who will just colorful, I mean, make the book, make all the notes and books colorful. So use it. It's more like a memory tactic. Okay, so these are the tips that will help you in developing theory answers. And whenever you practice theory questions, observe these things happening. You will see these things in the model answers given to you in the book. So first is give heading by using the question's requirement. For example, so this will be like your super heading, top heading. So the question is asking you to write down the limitations of M&M model. Okay. So this is the requirement given in the question. So what you should do, copy this statement from the question and put it in your answer and make that as a heading. Limitations of M&M model, colon, and then you start your answer. Simple thing, effective thing. So what I'm saying is give heading by using the question's requirement. Whatever is the requirement, copy it and make it in the form of a statement as a heading. That, okay, these are the limitations of M&M model, colon, just put it in bold and then start writing your answer. Very effective, simple thing that you can do. Doesn't take any much time also. Then give subheadings like I was showing you. So give subheadings and give it in a tabular way, preferably. So give subheadings to discuss each point to address the requirement. Very importantly, always make sure that you're addressing the requirement. Follow the rule of 1 point per mark. So every mark should be supported by 1 point. Then each point should be covered in 1 to 2 sentences in a paragraph style. Okay, so if you're writing in a table, so each of that point should be covered. Like your 1 mark should be supported by 1 to 2 sentences. If you're writing less points, you need to write longer paragraphs. Already covered that. So this is something I've written down so that it keeps fresh in your memory. Then each point should begin with What has happened? So 1 to 2 sentences, what you will write in those 1 to 2 sentences? Very simple technique to handle it. And you will observe these things when you practice questions. Today, it may not make much sense what I'm writing to you here, but it will make sense when you observe these things in your answers given in the book. So each point that you're writing should begin with what has happened. Okay, like for example, sales has grown by 5%. You did some calculation and you find out that, okay, sales has grown by 5%. So that should be the first point. Next, the point should give the rationale to support what has happened. So sales has grown by 5%. Why it has grown by 5%? What are the factors given to you in the questions case study? Try to find out links from there that you can put in. Next, elaborate on why or how the fact has happened. You can elaborate it. This has to be done by referring to the question's scenario details. So this is how you develop that paragraph, that 1 to 2 sentences or 4 to 5 sentences that I'm talking about. This is how you develop that. What has happened, a rationale or why or how of it has to be explained in that paragraph as per the question's requirement. And if required, give a conclusion to the point or give a conclusion to the whole answer, like the question which we saw in PV, IRR and all of that. And in the end, there was an overall remark. So that type of a conclusion can be given to the answer. Okay, so these are small tips to help you tackle theory answers. Look at these tips, and when you practice theory answers, now you will see this. Like this is how the model answers have been made up. So in your mind, also practice like that. So this will be very helpful for you to deal with theory questions. Okay, so chapter 1 and 2, you will see some theory questions in the book when we do them. Once we do these topics, you will be solving such questions from the book. You will see this. And later also for the practical chapters, also theory is equally important. So there also you'll be able to apply these tips. So what has happened, why it has happened, and keep on referring to the question's scenario. It makes a beautiful answer. Okay, because see, we'll not be able to cover each and every answer in the class. We have limited hours to discuss, right? So we'll not be able to cover each and every theory answer in the class, but you will see this theme in all of the answers. And if you're not seeing that theme, try to make up that theme. Try to practice this theme when you draft your answers for practice. Okay. So that's from the building blocks side. And I will also upload this on the LMS. Okay. And okay, so I get this update from the IT team. You'll be able to see them soon. Team will be syncing these files for the first time, and then you will be able to see these notes also on your platform. It might take a day or two. Maybe you'll not be able to see the notes today, but I'll try to get it done today. Okay. So that was all from my side for the class today. We'll be meeting again tomorrow, same time, to continue the discussion on this topic. So the building blocks part is done. Orientation is done. We'll start a new chapter in the class tomorrow. Okay. Thank you so much for joining in. Bye-bye and have a good day ahead. Please take care. Thank you. Thank you, dear. Bye-bye.